Gary Bruton and Dr. Nancy Nix. We are going to deliver everything you need to know about international business. What, in about 7 hours, something like that. First of all, I can't tell you how utterly delighted I am that everyone just was eager to come to school today to hang out for a few hours. I mean, that's just wonderful that there's that much motivation around here. If you have not signed it, there is a sign-up sheet here. Let me tell you why we're doing this. First of all, we do realize that your time is valuable. Not so much mine, but we understand your time is valuable, and it's going to be our goal today to not waste your time. But let me tell you why we're doing this, and I'll try to be brief so Gary can get started. And that is, you know, when you go to Chile or the Dominican Republic or wherever in the world that you're going to travel with us, you get a bit of an iconoclastic view of the world, and the faculty here at the Neeley School, we're convinced that there is content to this notion of international business, but that going for a week on any of these trips, as valuable as they are, and they're really extraordinary, I think, that nevertheless, that gives you too narrow a view of this world, and to the extent there is not a core class in international business, today's session is meant to fill that void. You know, the good news is, you're not going to have to take an exam by virtue of your being here. And so, at least for me, what a wondrous thing to be able to sit and be a sponge with ultimately no responsibility other than to absorb what you can out of it. Gary is going to go from about 8:30 to 10 this morning. We're going to have We're going to have about a 15-minute break. Then it's going to be me and then Dr. Nix. Now, by the way, I'm going to try to be as efficient as I possibly can, as I suspect the other faculty members will be. So the schedule could get better than what it appears. I can promise you that it will not get worse than what it is. So we'll try to be efficient, but nevertheless trying to accomplish what it is we feel like we need to. So, without anything further, Dr. Bruton.
Well, I think it's always optimistic. Faculty more efficient than they pledge. I think that's. I've never seen it, so you know I wouldn't can't. Don't check out early. What I'm going to do is talk about some things that are more on the soft side of international business. So what I principally write about and what I principally study is international business. I'm about a third of the year outside the country, and you know it's really my passion for doing this. And so I'm going to talk about some things that are probably a little bit softer than what Rob will do. He'll go on and we're going to learn about institutions, and Rob's going to talk about legal institutions. And Nancy's going to talk a little bit, sort of starting broad and pulling down to a funnel. She's going to talk about some more applied things. And so this could be, I actually have a textbook on international business, so if any of you are desperate to really learn more, you can always go buy it. I'm sure read it at night. But this is really even this is a very constrained sort of perspective of international business. But we really do believe that an awful lot of what you're going to see is critical to you. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. You know, why do we study international business? It fundamentally gets down to do international business, you do better than if you don't. This is the article that I sent you guys that I'm sure you've already forgotten about. It was basically in the Wall Street Journal, and it talks about the fact, just looking at the Dow Jones 30, if you look at the firms that are international, they're performing much better than those that aren't. If you're planning to stay in the United States and sell stuff, how much more crap can we buy? You know, if you look at Walmart, where does Walmart make money? It doesn't make money in the U.S., it makes money internationally. How many more Walmart stores can we build? There's a limit to what you can buy in the United States or Europe. And so really where the future is going to be is in all these places where the water is difficult to drink, where there's inefficiencies. And if you actually start thinking about your basic economics, you know, do you make more money in an efficient market or an inefficient market? Efficient market or inefficient markets? You don't make, by definition, an efficient market, you do not make above par profits. By definition, you only make above par profits when there's inefficient markets. If you want to compete in the United States and Europe, it's brutal. It's incredibly efficient. There is not above par profits typically unless you have a cutting edge technology. Where are you going to make those above par profits is going to be in these emerging economies internationally. And that's where you're going to have to compete. You know, and so as we talk about this, why we think international is so critical, that's where your future is. Your future is not going to be necessarily in the United States. Your future is going to be outside the United States, particularly if you're looking for those above-par profits. You know, here's just some examples. Firms, you know, Yum with KFC, literally 50% of Yum's revenue now comes out of China, one country. You know, if you look around the world, Coca-Cola, the firms that are doing exceptionally in the United States, they're international. They can't depend solely on U.S. sales anymore. They're having to look outside the U.S. Well, let's think about why do we study international? What's leadership? Somebody give me a definition of what leadership. Give me an example of what leadership is. What's leadership?
Being someone that sets the trend in a market.
Okay, that sounds like a macro. Give me a person. Give me a micro. Give me an OB person. Cool. Give me an example of a leader. Okay, you're business students. You don't know a business guy? You're making money. You're a spouse. Oh, wow. One person I pick on. Okay.
So, like Jack Welch.
Okay, why is he a leader?
Well, first of all, he's able to communicate. He's able to communicate his vision to a broad number of people and a broad number of interests. He's able to. He's able to.
Gosh.
Yeah.
It's a technical term, I know.
It is. Gosh. Now, how do I describe him? I mean, Jack Welch is just really awesome.
So he's really awesome. Okay.
Yeah, his awesomeness quotient is really high.
His awesome quotient. So is he a participatory guy? Is he incorporating other people into the process?
Yes, very participatory.
Okay.
Encourages a lot of development of his front line and next several lines.
Okay, so most of you guys agree leadership involves getting the team together, working hard, everybody putting in their parts, right? Okay, you're going to have to be more participatory in that, or I can lecture about very dull statistics for a very long time. Okay, so is that what you agree with? Leadership involves getting everybody involved. It's great teamwork, right? Yes? Thank you. Okay. And so here's some things, some examples of that. Yeah, outstanding leaders go out of their way to boost the self-esteem of their personnel. It's people who believe in themselves. The leaders that most effective to me never say I. It's because they've trained themselves not to say I. They think I, but it's we, the team. Okay, so it's the teamwork, and that's really what we train you in the U.S. is it's teamwork. It's people coming together. So let me give you a few other examples. Okay, if the words of command are not clear and distinct, its orders not thoroughly understood, the general is to blame. It's very top down, and this is Sun Tzu. Why for China would we look at historical issues? Who's Sun Tzu?
Art of War.
Art of War. Okay, written what? 200 BC, 500 BC. Why would we think about that for China? It's culture. I mean, recognize that also if you look at China, it's actually sort of amazing. You sit around with executives in China, and they read military tracts, and some of them are very old, and they'll sit around and they'll have these great debates about, well, if you look back at this person, this general did this, and this general did that, and it's mind-boggling. But focus is very much more of a historical one than we have in the U.S. We tend to be, again, we think about culture. We think about what have we done today. If I ask you to name the president from 25 years ago, most of you couldn't even name him. And when we think of other places, it ends up being a very historical and looking, and history makes a big difference. If I ask you guys, when did the United States occupy Mexico City, most of you couldn't give me the date. Recognize one of Mexico's greatest holidays is when the United States occupied, and particularly the Texas Rangers were particularly brutal in their they were essentially terrorists and murdered people pretty blatantly, is when the people wrapped themselves in the flag, the young cadets, and threw themselves off the wall to protest the American occupation. We don't even think about it, but if you go to dinner with somebody in Mexico, this is going to be part of the culture that they understand. It's going to shape their perceptions of what you do business with. So Sun Tzu, very top down. This is Akara Mori is a Japanese billionaire. A boat can't have two captains. Again, this very top-down sort of perception of leadership. If you go around the world, leadership is defined differently. It's not defined the same way that we have in the United States, but it's teamwork, everybody come together. if you look, there's examples you go, and my expertise is more Asia, emerging economies. And when you go and you see these firms, they move in, we're going to be very participatory, we're going to incorporate people. There's a great example in Thailand of this firm, the Scandinavian firm. Again, Scandinavians are very participatory. They go in, we're going to run the factory in a participatory manner, and it falls apart. Why? Because people basically won't be told what to do. Your job as a manager is to make those decisions, not theirs. You can't define things the same way as you move around the world. And what I fundamentally argue is what you see and what you get in your MBA is a very biased education. You're studying a U.S.-based education, a U.S.-based system that largely has limited relevance around the world. It's why you have to understand international business. Because as you move around the world, the things that you study here are not necessarily going to apply. You know, if you look at marketing, you know, if you go to Taiwan, anybody from Taiwan? So I can tell you all sorts of stories you'll never know. You know, if you go to Taiwan, you know, there's basically these half-naked women in bikinis selling mortgages. What does a half-naked woman selling in a bikini have to do with selling mortgages? It's just the culture. Half-naked women sell everything in Taiwan. So you drive down the highway, and the mortgage ad on the big billboard is this woman sort of sprawled out. You know, would we do that here? No. Is it acceptable? Well, it's acceptable there. And so you have to look at these things. The role of red in China has a party affiliation. It also has a good luck sort of affiliation. You go to Japan, it's a feminist color. And so a man would never be caught wearing red. You know, Pepsi in China, they were designing some of the ads. They had this great ad that they were trying to adapt from the U.S., and the guys were like singing in the rain, you know, goes and swings around the pole. Well, they had to take that out. Why? Because the government decided that it was encouraging people to be destructive towards telephone poles, you know, light fixtures. And again, the role of the government is radically different in a country like China. China is, I think there's this misperception about China as this, you know, free market. China is essentially a government-inspired, if not run, economy. Massive privatization, but it's all at a small scale. You actually see entrepreneurship, and I argue, in a declining role in China. The number of people per person per business is declining. It's not increasing, it's declining. There's a whole variety of statistics you can pull out. Greg Wong at MIT has some great books on this that I think it runs the China Center there. Disney in China, you know, you can't show Piglet from Disney. Why? Because it would be offensive to the Muslims. And so you start thinking about this. Finance, capital structure varies by tendency to accept risk. You know, it is not one model of finance works around the world. Certain cultures have certain predispositions for risk. You can analyze overall each nation, and it's going to have different variances. Risk structure varies by culture around the world. Leadership, we talked a little bit. Entrepreneurship, even the role of entrepreneurship varies. You go to a place in most Arabic nations or in parts of Africa, and entrepreneurship is basically just means you're more clever than somebody else. Actually has a very negative connotation. Why? Because you basically have stolen. You know, you're the guy who's clever enough to figure out a way to earn money sort of snakily. You know, we're here, we think entrepreneurship, oh yeah, create a better vision, create a better product, go out there. That is not the way a lot of the world sees entrepreneurship. Organizational structure, the most popular form of organizational structure in the world is the business group. We don't even study it in the U.S. You know, the karatsu that you study in that you hear about in Japan, or the charitable is probably the best known examples here. But most of the world is organized around a different form than we even study in the United States. So all of that says that you've got to get out and see the world. You know, you can't assume that the world operates, and it's not a right or a wrong, it's different. And so that's why we want you to get out and really sort of look at what happens in the world, why it happens, and that's one of the things that my encouragement is you don't look at U.S. or European firms in these countries because you're largely going to find they're the same. What you've got to do is go focus on local businesses. Because that's where you're going to see the subtle differences. That's where you're going to learn, because one of the great things that's happened as the world internationalizes is lots of models are developing for business. And ultimately, those models can run you down because you're still thinking the world competes one way, and it can be doing something very, very different. And so the goal is not necessarily to learn more about U.S. and European firms because they're essentially going to look the same. You know, they're going to operate the same. The key is to go out and learn about other businesses in other parts of the world. So what we want to do, why we study international, what are the difference? We want to deal with a little bit of institutional theory. My bias and what I write from is a perspective called institutional theory. It comes from political science and sociology. I write from more of a sociological, theoretical perspective. So you're going to get the sociological model. We're going to do culture. We're going to look at a particular institution, culture. And I want to talk about a particular guy who writes, has probably the best known model, Hofstede, what the implications of that are. Professor Rhodes will do more of the legal institutions, the cognitive, the professional institutions, the normative institutions, the professional institutions. We'll just touch on. We want to talk about Porter's diamond. You just got to know it before you get out of here, before you see something. And where to go, emerging economies. I think that's where the world is moving towards. Okay, what's the reasons for the difference? We argue that it's basically informal institutions. These institutions, some of them are formal, some of them are informal. You think about even the places that you're sitting and how you're dressed today. Different parts of the world will be different. You know, how close you stand to each other to communicate. You know, if you're in Israel, people are going to be right in your face or screaming and yelling. And it's not a big deal. I mean, it's not rude. We used to see that as rude. Part of the world, it's just, that's the way it is. You know, if you go to, always amazed in Asia, you have a Western friend that marries a Chinese or Japanese or Korean. And, you know, the Westerner's sitting there smiling like some drunken fool. Ah, it's the best day of my life. And he'll be there with all of his relatives who can't even crack a smile. You know, you think, God, these people want to kill him. But it's just the difference in how you show emotion. All of those are institutions. How people interact with each other are institutions. And there's subtle but pervasive ways that shape the things that we do. And so that's what we want to sort of spend a little time talking about. Because we argue that they basically not only affect the firm, but fundamentally they affect the individual, which in turn affects the firm. All the firm is a reflection of people. And so as you go around the world, you're going to find these. And there are places that have, if you look at most, let's say, settled by British, there's going to be a similarity in the cultures. And other places you're going to see other similarities in the culture. Part of why you want to understand these institutions is you're going to be able to group certain countries together and make broad generalizations. Because you can't understand every 160 countries, and within countries there's other sort of subdivisions and things of that nature. So what we're going to try to do is understand institutions sort of broadly and understand how you can group some of these things together. Let's see what we got here. So as we think about this, what we've got are formal and informal institutions. Formal institutions are really just the regulatory institutions, and they're going to be different. That's what Professor Rhodes is going to talk about. And basically gets down to, as you think about the difference in civil versus common law. But let's just deal with this, and not to steal Professor Rhodes' thunder, because I don't want to get into what he's going to do. He's going to do a much better job than I can. But let's think about civil law. What is civil law? Civil law, okay. Civil law.
Civil law is like dealing with domestic issues or...
Well, I'm thinking more about broad categorizations. Where would civil law be practiced? Okay. Civil law. Well, let's say common law. What is common law? What's the law basis in the United States?
For common law?
Common law, good. It was a 50-50 chance. You took a chance and you got it.
That's common law marriage. Common law marriage.
Common law. Common law basically draws from the British law. And for common law, what you end up with is law is basically seen as broad generalizations. Unless it's prohibited, it's allowed, and the judges interpret the law. And that's why case history is so important. Civil law draws from the Roman law. So you have a German branch and you have a French branch. Basically, in those types of legal situations, what you end up with is, unless it's specifically allowed, it is prohibited. And so the law tends to be very thick and extensive. Judges don't interpret the law, they apply the law. And so the judge is seen as part of the legal process. He's not an independent arbitrator. He's basically applying the law. What do you think the impact is on entrepreneurship? What would the difference in those two? Do you think they would have any difference on entrepreneurship? I think that civil law would, excuse me, really limit entrepreneurship. Yay! It's perfectly right. Why? Because when you think about it, a lot of the reasons entrepreneurship can exist is because it's unknown. You can't write law, let's say, on nanotechnology. We need this flexibility. We need this risk-taking. And so if you look at the capital structure, again, of civil law versus common law for entrepreneurial firms, it's radically different. You know, a common law country, what you'll end up with is, I'm a venture capitalist. I invest in a firm. I don't necessarily need to own majority or even the vast majority of that firm. Why? Because I can sue you. I can go to the court and you have a responsibility, a fiduciary responsibility to watch out for me, and we go to the court and the court will interpret whether you did it or not. In a civil law country, that doesn't exist. I basically have to prove that you violated the law somewhere. End result is I'm a venture capitalist. I only want to invest in those things I basically have complete control of. What does that do? It limits entrepreneurship. So if you look at the levels of entrepreneurship, let's say France versus Germany versus common law nations like the U.S., you find dramatically different levels of entrepreneurship. So as we think about these things, and you don't even think about having an impact, but it has this subtle but pervasive impact on the way you act. And so those are the formal ones, and I'm not going to get too much into them because that's more Professor Rhodes. Where I want to spend more time is particularly down in sort of these informal areas, and particularly as we start thinking about, you know, culture and things of that nature. What we end up with, normative, are basically professional standards. If you go anywhere in the world, a doctor acts the same. Okay? If you go to any doctor in the world and you tell him a personal story, he's not going to put it on the internet. Let me tell you the funny story about so-and-so and their case of herpes. You know, it is a professional standard. CPAs, chartered accountants, are going to be largely the same around the world. They have two different systems of accounting, but their behaviors are going to be the same. Those are basically normative values that shape what they do. If you look at venture capitalists around the world, they have largely the same sets of values. They were trained in the U.S. or trained by U.S. firms. Those sets of values shape actions around the world. There's subtle differences. If you're interested in those, that's some of what I've written about. But, you know, what we find lots of differences in is culture. And so we're going to I want to spend a little time there. Let's talk about what these institutions and why they're important. Really what institutions do is they help reduce uncertainty. You know, let's think a little bit about China. I know we got a couple Chinese students here. Okay, so what have we got? Let's think about China. Why, we talk about Guanxi, relationships being so important. Are relationships important in the United States?
Yeah.
Okay? Why? Great, what would be a good example? I heard a yes over here. Oh, Daddy. Yeah, they trusted you. Why are relationships important in the United States?
Foster trust between two organizations.
So, so why, let's think about the colonial. No offense to those that belong to the colonial. I clearly don't. The colonial. Outside of the golf course, is the clubhouse very nice at the colonial? Does anybody belong to the colonial? So we can abuse you? Do you think the clubhouse is nice at the colonial? Swimming pool and things?
Yeah.
I think it's crap. I think it's old and run down. It's okay. They keep it up for reasonable life. Why, and beyond the golf course, why then do they have a long waiting list to join the colonial? Stats. I would argue it's relationships. You know, you go down there in the morning, there's all these old guys sitting around having breakfast, old white guys, I might add, not necessarily an inclusive group. I think it's relationships. People want to go for those issues of relationships. They want to build these connections. Do we think, though, that is similar to what you would face in China? What would be the role of relationships? I'll call them Guanxi. Why would relationships be so critical in China? You look Chinese? Are you from China? Okay, you're done. You're on tap.
I think relationship in China is more business, maybe. They've got some favor to ask for.
So there's a critical role of who you go to school with, who your family is, if you're serving the military together. You know, Ray and I is that while we think relationships are important, fundamentally we get down to the deal. And if I'm a venture capitalist and people walk in the door, I will still fund them. If it's in China, if I don't know you, I would never fund you. Why? It's a replacement for the legal system. If you read Ming-Ju Chen, a great scholar out of Virginia, basically his argument is over the next 25 to 50 years, you'll see that disappear. And I probably agree with it. What you end up with is this focus on relationships is basically a replacement for formal institutions. I have transaction costs. How do I reduce those transaction costs? Because again, remember we talked about as we move around the world, there's inefficiencies. How do I reduce those transaction costs as I trust in relationships? I can't take you to court and sue you, not in an efficient manner. So what do? I do business with those people that I trust. And people that are involved with a network that I have, and if you screw me to the wall, all of them are never going to do business with you. It's a self-enforcing sort of network. And what institutions do is they help reduce institutional transaction costs, these transaction costs that exist. So institutions help fill these voids that exist. And as they balance out, what you'll find is, let's say an informal institution like relationships, part of my culture, will probably take on a lesser role. Why? Because it will be replaced by more formal institutions. And real honestly, you'll find a lot of China, oh no, we're always important, we're going to be connected forever. You can already see it. It's different in Shanghai than it is in Chengdu. Why? Because the legal system is different. The enforcement of the law is different. The professionalization has improved. And as you start seeing it, then it's these relationships take on a lesser role. Yeah.
Which way is more efficient, the formal or informal?
Well, ultimately I'm from the U.S., so I'd always argue the formal. I suspect if you ask a China scholar, they might say it's different. But I think formal is ultimately, because then that's where efficient markets do work. I do believe. And so it's just, again, if you're sort of interested in sort of graphs and things, what you end up with is there's a trade-off, the costs and benefits. And these informal relationships-based institutions, there's ultimately, you can rely on them too much. Corruption becomes too severe, things of that nature, but there are benefits that exist for these institutions. And so when you start thinking about that, there's a trade-off that exists. And so at some stage you rely on them too much, you can also rely on them too little in these economies. And so that's what ends up happening. What else do we want to say here? Professional norms, that's sort of, we talked a little bit about them, commercial norms. I don't think, Guanji Blat, again, Blat's just a term for the same relationship. You find the same sort of concepts in Russia. It's called Blat. Relationships. As you move around most of the world, I think it is one of the things to sort of keep in mind. Recognize relationships are critical. It's just the United States. I find Americans always think they're very family oriented. Our self-concept is we're family oriented. We're friendship oriented. I think it's absolutely wrong. I think most of you you have mile-wide, inch-deep relationships. When somebody is truly a friend in another country, it basically means they're willing to cut off their arm for somebody. It really is a very serious sorts of commitment. For Americans, you guys, you see it every day. How are you doing today? Heaven forbid anybody should really tell you the day is crappy. You don't want to hear it. Oh, life is wonderful. I'm doing great. We are not a relationship society. And it's the same thing. When you think about the world of family, all of you would probably say, oh, I'm very family oriented. You're not family oriented. You're going to go to work and you're going to work 60 to 70 hours a week. You couldn't tell me who your third cousin is if your life depended on it. You're going to go to other cultures and you're going to find their third cousins still get together and have Christmas holidays. They still live in the same area. Everybody gathers together. That is one thing. If you want to do business internationally, you do have to recognize those relationships. You've got to get out. You've got to meet people. You've got to build these connections with people. For the Dominican Republic trip, got an email this morning. This guy's the son of the former president of the DR. But he's doing all this wonderful stuff for me for our trip. But it's basically because I know him. I was introduced by another guy who's basically from the DR, at Babson. It's relationships and connections. Literally, there were people who I was dealing with last year. Let's go see this cigar factory. And, they were told, no, we can never get in. This guy's like, why does he get in? Because he has connections. Why do I get in? Because I have connections with him. This issue of connections you can't underestimate. Relationships are critical. You know, I always find it fairly amazing that MBA students don't take greater advantage of it. You know, you have this pool of people that are actually in your MBA program that you should be connecting with. You know, and you know, even as I look around the room, not to be abusive to our Chinese students and our Indian students, but they're grouped together in a cluster. I mean, find the international students fundamentally hang together. The daytime students and the PMBAs hang together. You know, what a wasted sort of attempt to really build connections. I mean, because those connections, the connections, you're building connections right now to do business. You know, and so you should be trying to seek out everybody and connect with them. Because it's a great opportunity. This is one of those chances that you have. Formal institutions, we'll let Rob talk more about that, the things of it. Let's talk a little bit about culture. Culture, shared beliefs, the way we make assumptions about the world. And again, you know, what's my role as a professor versus a role of somebody in China? You know, again, I know China best. I spend lots of time there. You know, so if I was in China, you know, my job would basically not be to ask you questions. It would be much more of a lecture and deliver, and yours would be to memorize it. Okay, you make certain assumptions about who I am and what I am. You know, how you are to react to people, how you're basically to stand, how close you're going to be. It's the way we interpret the world. You know, if I said, you know, if I come over here and I start going, you know, you interpret that's probably anger. Some places it may not be. You know, I love my wife to death. The first time I went to very immigrant family, Lebanese and Italian. You know, and they basically, first meal, I go to have dinner with them, and it's a holiday. It's a big, long table. People have no idea who they are, but they're, you know, it's basically screaming and yelling, you know, blankety blank salt, you're an idiot, you know, and they're all having this wonderful interaction that's about 20 decimals high, screaming and yelling, everybody's having a wonderful time, you know, but being somebody from the Southwest, it was like, oh my God, you know, what's wrong with these people? Can't they do anything without a screaming fit involved? But it wasn't bad, you know, and again, we have ways of interpreting the world. Mine was very, very regionalized. Hers was a very different sort of, very Mediterranean sort of approach. And as you move around the world, do you hug people? Don't you hug people? You know, what is the appropriate role? What is the appropriate thing? Do you ask somebody about their family? Again, if you're in an Arabic culture, you would never ask about somebody's wife and daughter. It's just rude. I mean, you're not supposed to be involved in some female's life. You know, you come to this culture, it's acceptable. If you don't do it in Latin America, it's rude. You know, and so all of these things interpret the way we're supposed to do them. And the thing is that it's learned. I think that the issue I always find interesting is, you know, recognized culture is learned. And so as international students from that let's say, as individuals spend so much time, let's say, in the United States, or if they're born here, a very ethnic family, and again, not to pick on Chinese, but I always find it interesting when Chinese, American-born Chinese go back to China, it's assumed they're going to behave like Chinese, but they don't. They behave like Americans. You know, it is a learned behavior. You know, it's a dear friend who's a dean in China. His son grew up in the U.S. and Canada, went to Wharton, got a great degree, but his father wanted him to go study and get his PhD. You know, and the son was just like, you know, you're crazy, Dad. I'm going to go off and I'm going to make $250,000 next year. And he went and did what he did. He did a very non-Chinese thing. Because why? He should have been listening to his father. Father was desperately hurt. You know, for all of you, it would be the son's at the pinnacle of what he's supposed to do. Works for a hedge fund, makes an incredible amount of money every year. He's a mathematical whiz. And the father's still sort of hurt. Why? Because he didn't follow what he said. You know, and so the son had learned to be American. And again, that's one of the things I hope that particularly for the Americans in the room, you realize how powerful your culture is. I know you all think you don't have a culture. But there's a reason the French and the Greeks and lots of other people prohibit your American films from being shown in their country except for a small percentage. Why? Because they find your culture is overwhelming. If you go to an Arabic area, they drink orange juice for breakfast. Why do they drink orange juice for breakfast? It is not Arabic, but they see it on television. They behave, they are learning the culture from watching television and other things. And so as you think about these things, you know, it is a learned behavior. And it's part of the reason you have to go abroad is to try to learn their culture and try to share in what they do and try to pick up what their culture is about. It changes very slowly. You know, it's persistent. It doesn't change overnight, but it does ultimately evolve. We want to talk about that in a few minutes. you know, I thought this was a great quote, you know, it's like your nose, basically, you don't see it properly yourself, but everybody else does perceive it. And I think that's one of the things, particularly for Americans, as you go abroad, I think you have massive misconceptions about how the world sees your culture. You know, I think you see yourself as this very accepting, warm-hearted, generous country, and recognize a lot of the world doesn't necessarily see you that way. And it's not that they hate Americans, this thing, you know, Time Magazine, why does the world hate America? They had that as a cover story once. I think it's wrong. I find people generally are always gracious, but you have some great, the world will see you very different. And part of what you've got to go do is try to behave, because when you go to do business, you know, you need to basically be adapting to what they're doing, at least in most aspects. You know, trying to learn to do business there, not take your system and just unilaterally plop it down. You know, there's a guy that's around the college a great deal, John Davis, and that's why fundamentally one of the great things for him to talk to you is basically you can't take the American model and basically take it around the world. You know, the world is different, and so you're always trying to go where and learn what other people are doing. You know, and again, just cultural difference, even on color. You know, green. You know, Japan, energy. Egypt, fertility. France, criminality. For us, it's just to go. You know, colors have different implications around the world. A simple thing like color can mean very different things as you move around the world and you start looking at things. So, you know, terms. You know, Chevy Nova, no go. You know, White Elephant brand from China. It was not a big seller for batteries in the United States, as you can imagine. White Elephant, we have whole images. So trying to understand what the cultures are, where you're going, and how you're going to go about doing them is just critical. You know, as we think about culture, you know, and again, when we think about joint ventures, just a little bit more statistic there. You know, 70% of all Western joint ventures in Asia fail, principally because of culture. Absence of understanding of what people are trying to do. You know, we receive our money overseas, but we fundamentally, a lot of times, don't understand what we're doing or what we're trying to do it. So what we got these different dimensions. Power distance. This is a guy named Hofstede. For some reason, the Dutch have been particularly aggressive in studying culture. He's still alive. This is not some ancient thing. He came up with this by studying IBM. And again, it's hard to imagine today because IBM is different. But back in the 1980s, IBM was known around the world for a very strong culture. Everybody wore a dark suit, white shirt, tie had to fall a certain place. You know, if you see Ross Perot, you basically see the IBM culture. You know, Ross Perot was an IBM guy, originally. The tie fit just here, and everything was exactly right. Okay? He basically went around and surveyed about 120,000 people around the world. And so if we keep the culture same, if we look at similar level positions, and we come up with differences in attitudes in different parts of the world, he basically argued that was the culture of the country. And everybody complains about Hofstede's measures, but the truth is they are the strongest. You know, I mean, he's still around. We had a reception once. He came to it, fundamentally left after a while because it wasn't a beer. You know, I was like, beer, you know, everything. But he was very nice and sort of an old academic rock star. But if you put in Kurt Hofstede, you'll go to his website. It's a great website if you're ever looking for cultural issues about different parts of the world. He has etiquette issues. He has a whole sorts of things. So go look at Hofstede. You'll find it's an amazing website that he does. Well, he argued that there were four. He added a fifth one, and we'll talk about this in a minute. But these four are really the ones we want to talk to. He talked about power distance. Basically, if you think about a culture, that's how much distance do you want between you and the person in charge? Again, you think of yourselves as basically fairly egalitarian. It's accurate. You know, you don't like reserved spots for the CEO. You don't want reserved bathrooms for the CEO. We're all in this together. You know, we want to be, you see the same thing. You know, George Bush, you know, no matter what you think of him, he ran into a very bright guy. George Bush, you know, people I know him, he doesn't have a native Texas accent. You know, he is not one of the guys. He went to school in Connecticut and Yale. He was always a millionaire. He is not an average guy. But when you see him, it's like, I'm one of the people. You know, I'm an average sort of guy. We just go out and have barbecues in the backyard. It's not reality, okay? His grandfather was a U.S. Senator. His father was a very powerful person. He was a very powerful person. What's he addressing, though? our cultural need to have low power distance. We all want to be part of the team. We're all together. Recognize that is not the same. When we talked about this issue like in Thailand, Thailand is a very high power distance country. It is a country where if you're in charge, that's your role. You're supposed to make those decisions. You're supposed to make those abilities. That's why you get more money. You come to me and say, well, we're going to all do it together. It's like, well, what's the trick here? You know, why aren't you making those decisions? You're the one who's supposed to be making those decisions, not me. It's interesting when I'm in Asia and you have these, you know, they'll see these power, we're going to get together and we're going to talk every 6 months about our goals. You know, it stresses people to no end, and they'll spend a month worrying, you know, thinking about what is my good answer going to be. You know, where you would never even think about it because you really want to go in and sort of give feedback and talk back and forth. For them, it's an incredible, stressful experience. Why? Because it's a high power distance environment. You know, you're in charge. You know, you're asking me these questions. It's not what I want to be doing. Okay, and so power distance, Arabic cultures. You know, in Arabic cultures, you want to be told what to do. That is their job to be in charge. And that's okay. You know, I think we have a bias. Well, everybody needs to be participatory, and we're all going to come together as a team. Different places are different. Power distance is a key one. Individual versus collectivism. Again, look at where you guys are willing to sit anywhere, not sit together as a group. You're all dressed differently. If I take you to a restaurant, we have 2 restaurants, and one of them has nobody in it, and the other one is very, very busy. Which one would most of you go to? Those of you from the U.S. Where would you go?
The busy one.
The busy one. So you'd wait an hour to go sit in the busy one. Okay. Anybody else? Where would you guys do? Okay. You know, I think most of you would probably go to where the place is. Oh, let's try a new place. I don't want to wait an hour in line. You know, this was an issue for Disney when I went to Disney Hong Kong. Disney was used to setting up a park where everybody went at, you know, if it's busy at 11, I go at 11:30, I go at 12. You know, lunch is 12 to 1, you know, in Hong Kong. Everybody shows up at one time, they flood, they don't have enough staff, they don't have enough people, it's a disaster. You know, everybody shows up. If you go to lunch, if you don't go with the group in Hong Kong or China, you're going to be seen as disruptive. You're not part of the team. Why don't you want to go to lunch with us? You know, if you're in Korea, you're supposed to go out drinking afterwards. These are collective groups. Here, you're very individualistic. The goal is, you know, fundamentally, what you do at home, nobody cares about. You know, I don't want to go hang out with you. I don't want to spend my weekends playing volleyball with you. I want to go home. You know, my work and my personal lives are different. It's one of the reasons we're not even supposed to legally ask you about your feelings. You know, it's sort of don't ask, don't tell. Whatever you do at home, it's your business. You know, you wear a pink tutu. I don't care. Just don't bring it to work. You know, but if you're in a collective society, it's very different. The group is most critical. The Japanese have this wonderful phrase, if a nail sticks up, it's meant to be hammered down. And so in other words, if you're unique, you're not with the group. The group is the most powerful concept, not the individual. So your culture is an individualistic culture. You know, lots of the world is collective. And again, it's not right or wrong, it's just different. Masculinity versus femininity, okay, this is not politically correct. This was done in the 80s. Life has changed. Masculinity versus femininity basically focuses on what is the focus of your life. You know, femininity he associates with life, with family, and quality of life issues. So if you go to Scandinavia, and I say I will pay you twice as much to work on the weekend, people will say, I don't care, I don't want it. You go to Finland in July, everything's closed. The hospital's closed. I mean, you know, they literally go down to a couple floors. Heaven forbid you get sick, because everything's closed. Everybody's gone off the country to live in their little houses out on the lake. It's bizarre. You go to Helsinki, during this time period, it's a vacant city. Things shut down. It is a lifestyle place. You know, it is what you would call feminine. You're a masculine. You know, everybody talks about how family-oriented is. You know, I literally had some friends that when Tom Hanks was saying, well, I want to sell the Rangers because I want to be more with my family. They were laughing. It's like he's never spent time with his family. His kids are grown. You know, you are basically a masculine. You are basically driven by money. Sorry, it's the reality, position. All of those things are what drive your life. You know, we can talk about family, but just if you think you know, most of you are going to work the weekends, part of the weekends. You're going to get to work early. You're going to stay late. If any of you think you're going to work 40 hours a week, you know, you should have become an auto mechanic. You know, it's just not going to happen. You know, it is the reality of life that you have to spend lots of time working, and that's what drives us. And so this is a masculine, what he would call a masculine society. And again, I think those, you see this as production orientation, sometimes a term they use more politically correct now. Uncertainty avoidance is the tolerance for uncertainty. And again, you know, think about when you teach even simple things like when you teach around the world, just coming in and saying you're just going to have this day. You guys showed up, you know, well, whatever, it'll work out. High tolerance uncertainty. And we could have come in here and we could have given you a test. We could have said this affects you, all of your grades. Yeah, well, whatever, we'll deal with it. Life moves on. You know, other cultures, it's a high stress situation. You know, if you give a project, I always felt bad for my students in Hong Kong, but they need to do it, is, you know, just give them a project. But they want to know, well, what is the first page and how long does this need to be? How many pages should this be? You know, this one example is 2 pages. I want 2 pages. You know, it's uncertainty affects different people differently. And so some cultures, and so you have to be very, very specific in a lot of cultures. And some cultures are very accepting. This is he did some work with a guy named Bond. He used to be one of my colleagues when I taught at Chinese University. Basically argues, he tried to understand the difference in Asia and non-Asia. I think he's wrong, and we really don't use this too much. He basically said, well, it was because of Confucian values and very long-term orientation. I actually find Asia has mostly a short-term orientation. People don't do long-term planning. When simple things like even the trip you guys may be involved in, you go there, you know, you call people 6 months beforehand and say, can we see you? And they're like, why don't you call me? Call me 2 weeks before. We'll set it up. If I got time, I'll see you. You know, it is not long-term. You guys probably already know what you're going to be doing a year from now. You know, we are very long-term oriented. I think Hofstede got this very, very wrong. So we don't tend to use that very much, long-term orientation anymore. I think Confucian values are critical, but I think he misinterpreted some things there. So we don't tend to use that very much. And even Bond right now doesn't, it sort of talks about it. Let me just sort of look at, you know, some of these things that what would be a good one. You know, power distance. Or individuality. Again, you guys are going to be incredibly high. You sort of see what you have is U.S., Australia, UK, very Canada, very U.S.-based. I mean, British sort of. Those are all settled by the British. You start getting down into these areas, you end up with very group cultures, and so you know, individualism. We're very high on individualism, and it just makes sense in what we do. You know, and even you see simple things like, you know, magazines or cards. You think of a card company like Hallmark. You know, Hallmark, imagine the nightmare Hallmark has. You know, very high individualism. They have new technology. So basically, for your gay uncle on St. Patrick's Day, now they have to create a card. But that's individualism. Everybody wants to be unique. Some generic card has no application. Everything has to be very tailored to what people are trying to do. And so you think about an advertising. What are they trying to do? Very tailored, not these shotgun approaches anymore, but they're trying to get it down, tailored to each individual person, trying to understand their background. Why? Because we tend to be very, very individualistic. Other areas is going to be very group-oriented. You know, we talked a little bit about each of these. Probably won't go through those. Probably is interesting. Individualism tends to be very entrepreneurial societies. I don't think that's that shouldn't be a surprise to you. Masculinity, femininity, uncertainty avoidance, long-term orientation. This is the way you would use some of these things. What you'd end up doing is you try to cluster things together. And so this is uncertainty avoidance and power distance. And again, you see some things, you know, basically what you have up in sort of this area, you have some Scandinavian, European countries. You know, you end up with the U.S., Canada, fairly identifiable, Australia, sort of groups of things. So what you try to do is create these sort of broad norms around which you try, because again, you can't understand every country. You know, and for some of us, we've been to, you know, lots of countries. You know, I think I'm approaching about half the countries at this stage. But there's still the other half I have no idea what they are. And so you're trying to group things together in a reasonable fashion. And so let's see if we And here's just another example of it. So again, as you start trying to do, here's another way that you sort of present this cultural power distance, masculinity, femininity. Again, you find US, Canada, UK, Australia, we group together on most things very closely. It's one of the reasons why I think if you're looking for an international experience, don't go to the UK. It looks like the United States. Don't go to Canada. It's not very different. And Australia, I spent the last summer in Australia. Wonderful experience. But you meet all these international students hanging out at the University of New South Wales or University of Sydney. It's like, why didn't you come here? I mean, it's essentially it's the beach. It's not because of cultural experience. It's the beach. You grouped other things. High power distance up here. What you end up with is this will be a very feminine sort of orientation. Very low power distance. Scandinavians are going to be very similar. And again, Finland, if you ever go there, it's a Scandinavian country. It is not a Nordic country. Finns are not part of the Norse. It's a different ethnic group, different language category, etc. But we call them Scandinavian. So Finland would fit into Scandinavia. And again, if you look down here, you end up with what you end up with is very, very money-oriented, but very high power distances. So, Mexico, Japan, and that sort of makes sense. It just helps you as you try to make some broad categorizations about how you're going to act and how you're going to set up and do your business in different countries. Cultures do change over time. Again, this is sort of Japanese and American women looking over periods of time. The attitudes are very similar at this stage. Cultures will change and evolve. And so if you think about the American and Japanese women, I'm not even quite sure what this particular question was. It probably had to deal with roles in the workforce. And basically things have merged over time. What hasn't changed in Japan, again, one of the reasons we look at a very low birth rate is the society still has some attitudes that hasn't necessarily caught up with the women's attitudes. So women want to be in the workforce. Fundamentally, though, the attitude for most Japanese businesses, which are run by old Japanese guys, is that women, when they get married, should quit so they can go home and have Japanese babies. End result is they get married typically very late in life, if at all, and the birth rate is appallingly low. But again, you also start thinking about how this affects other things. Why would you think that 50% of the robotics in the world are in Japan? Why did 50% of the robotics in Japan? 50% of the world's robots. One country, actually a relatively small country. Why? They have a very aging population. Same thing about the workforce. So this culture has a big thing. They basically have to figure out replacements for workers. Because they don't allow, it's very xenophobic, they don't necessarily, you can be there for 3 generations as a Korean family. You will still carry a special ID. You're not considered a Japanese citizen, even though you were born there, your grandparents were born there. You're still not Japanese. And probably, be considered separate. And so the alternative they have is basically to have robotics. So the issues of culture have these big, broad implications. Things you start connecting. It's a little bit like if you've ever read that book, Freakonomics. There's things that have economic implications sometimes that we don't think about. But it's very clear why Japan needs to focus in on robotics. Why they don't have people. And it's going to get a rapidly aging population that really not going to be able to do a lot of things, so they need different sorts of things. Communication, we end up with high context, low context. High context is really trying to who says things and what they say is the most critical. If I ask you, you're a low context society. Why? Because you are only interested in the numbers. Culture in other places will make me a high context. It's meaning I have to understand who you are, what your position is, what you're doing, and how I can interpret that as driven by all those different factors. So as we start thinking about culture, it affects all of these different things that we don't typically think about. But even how you'll make a presentation. If you go to an Arabic culture, who is saying what? And not even necessarily the what is important, it's who is involved. And so watching what is being said, the context is being said. Even a simple thing, Japan's a very high context society. But when you introduce yourself, you always are introducing yourself with the firm that you work with. You know, in other contexts, you go and you introduce yourself at a reception. You're always going to be looking for those common connections. Oh yeah, I know you. This is how, you know Professor so-and-so, or you know Mr. so-and-so at this firm. Well, he's also a good friend of mine. You know, you don't do that here. Here it's you just sort of introduce yourself. But literally in Japan, when you introduce yourself, you will introduce yourself as Mr. X of Sony. You know, who you are, where you are, places everything in relationship. You know, here we don't really care. And it's one of the reasons when you think about doing deals, you know, let's say versus Latin America, why do you have to go in and build these relationships? Part of it is also the contextual, trying to build context. So if you go to do a business deal in Mexico, you're going to have several dinners first. They're going to talk about football and family and all these other things. You know, football and soccer, not American football. But here, just show me the numbers. Show me the deal and how we're going to make money out of it. And that's going to be the focus of the situation. Okay, let's deal with something else that you need. And really, I want to introduce this because we were in South Africa and a government official started talking about this. And I was sort of appalled that students didn't know. And so for their sins, you basically get punished. Porter's diamond, Michael Porter, you guys have probably seen him when you dealt with five forces analysis. If you deal with this concept of low cost versus differentiation, that's his. Porter is an IO economist, and so IO economists focus on why the world is efficient and how do you make efficiency. He moved into the business school because he flipped that concept and how does the world become less efficient? How do you create inefficiencies? Because again, you only make above par profits when there's inefficiencies. So I typically find that people who do the five forces model do it wrong because they don't have an IO background. But if you really look at what Porter's trying to do there, is trying to understand how to create inefficiencies. And if you can create inefficiencies, then you can make above par profits. If you don't, you will be basically in a low profit situation. What he's done more recently is he's moved even more macro. And so this is a nations model. This is not a firm model. Recognize Porter never actually does anything with firms. And so if anybody ever teaches you the five forces model and they do it at a firm level, it's absolutely wrong. Porter has no belief in firms. Okay? He just doesn't, he argues you pick the right industry, you'll make money. You pick the wrong industry, you won't make money. It is not a firm model. I find people are always trying to say, well, and this firm does this, and this firm does that. It's wrong. Porter absolutely doesn't argue that. This is even more macro. This is how nations are competitive. This model works best when you're looking at mature economies, not emerging economies. Although you'll find lots of emerging economies will try to deal with it. And I'll sort of deal with why and how you might see this come about, particularly if you deal with any government officials at these different firms. In these different countries. But let's talk a little bit about this. And so again, think mature economies, not emerging economies. Most would do emerging economies, but you need to know this model. Country factor endowments. Historically, we've thought about countries being efficient or being productive because they had certain resources. So I have a lot of land, I have a lot of natural resources, and all of these things. But if you look at the world currently, and again, the Japanese, and you can beat the Japanese up for lots of things, but they're still the world's third largest economy. Essentially, that is one thing. Let me just put my personal bias in here. I think there's a tendency to think China is unique in the world. Nobody's ever repeated this history. Recognize China is fundamentally on the same development path as Japan and Korea. If you look at different time periods, at the time periods of evolution, Japan went from essentially nothing after World War II, and in 40 years they became the world's second largest economy. What is unique about China is the fact that it uses an FDI model, and all of these Westerners are running around in the country and participating in the growth. The growth itself is not unique in the world. Historically it is the same as other Asian developing economies. It's doing incredibly well, but don't sit there and think, oh, this has never been done in the world before. It's only different because you guys are involved in the process. And so it's not, this world has never seen anything like it. The world has seen it. It's just a different model of development because it's FDI based, not based on more internal resources. And there's a whole range of implications of that, which I think affect entrepreneurship. If you want to read some of my work, you're more than welcome to. If you go to China, I'll bore you to death with. But all of that to say, countries, and look at Japan, now the world's third largest, China's number 2. Factory endowments, we've historically thought it's land, resources, things like that. That's also what's driven people towards low cost and thinking that wages matter. Porter doesn't argue that. Porter argues that wages don't matter. That instead it is efficiencies that matter. And let's think about that. Why would he make that argument? What is minimum wage in the United States right now? $7, that's easy to deal with. How many work hours are there in a year?
2,080.
Yeah, let's call it 2,000 just for simple math. And let's call it $7, and so $14,000 a year. So what is that? 1,300 a month or something like that? 1,200? Let's call it 1,200. What would somebody, let's say it's a mother and a child, single mom. So what's she going to spend her $1,200 a month on? Rent. What's rent?
500.
500? Okay. What's food? For Mama and little Bubba. She lives in Fort Worth, of course it's Bubba. 400?
No, it's 100.
Huh?
It's 100. You can't spend 400 when you won't got 1,200. You can go.
Well, now isn't that an interesting issue? Yeah. Well, let's split the difference. Let's call it between 100 and 400. Let's call it 250. How about that? What else is she going to have to buy? She's going to have to pay taxes.
Up front, yeah, but no.
If she's smart enough to find a file for tax credits, she should get that. I don't know. What's the level of tax credits? Anybody know?
49,000 a year
Oh, you can get tax credit for that much? If you should only make that much?
for one child. Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay. What else?
Car.
Car, sure. How much you going to spend on there? $200. She's driving a pretty crappy car. All of this to say, why does Porter say it's wrong to focus in on wages? Is because if we had a nation of people making this much, they don't have the ability to buy anything. So the country as a whole shouldn't be focusing on wages, it should be focusing on efficiencies. What nations have to focus on is how do they create efficiencies out of things. And along that line, he basically argues that it's the creative ability, and that is something, again, we talked about this strategy. One of the things that I think, particularly for American firms, is critical is recognize you always sell a differentiated product. If you're competing on low cost, you're never going to be able to compete in the world. What's hourly wage in China? Okay, let's say Guangdong province. A third of the exports come out of Guangdong province. What would it be?
I think 2,000 RMB, sorry. In the US dollars, it would be 300.
So on an hourly basis, what does that work out to be? About 80 cents an hour.
I think at workers' average is 200.
300 a month.
Yeah.
And so it's $30 a day. I think you're high. It's 80 cents an hour. I study firms in Guangdong province, so hourly wages are 80 cents an hour at a minimum. They may pay more, but it's 80 cents an hour. How are you guys going to compete on cost? I mean, that's the fundamental issue that it gets down to. Whether it's $1 an hour, or $1.50 an hour, or 80 cents an hour, you're never going to compete on cost. You can't do it. India's the same issue. If you guys are looking to compete on cost, I'd probably I'd hang it up because you can't compete on cost. You can't get cheap enough, and the labor and the skills are just as good as what you have here. And so if that's the basis, you have to compete basically on having much better products. And so when you start thinking about this, what's going to drive that? That's what Porter deals with here, is that it's creativity. Creativity is the key to competition, and particularly from our aspect. That's one of the reasons when you look at negotiations for trade agreements, What does the U.S. always focus on? I think Professor Rudd's going to deal with this. It's always intellectual property. Intellectual property protection, intellectual property protection, intellectual property protection. Why? Because that's what all we have. You know, if we're going to be out selling stuff, it's not going to be what we sell because we can't produce it cheap enough. So we have to be always at that cutting edge. And so when we think about endowments, it's not land, it's not natural resources, it's creativity and having a workforce that's creative. And particularly at a very cutting edge. And it's one of the things that's a little bit controversial about Porter. He doesn't focus on average workers. He basically says that at the elite institutions and elite firms, you need this creativity that's going on. Country demand, domestic demand conditions are basically not the size of demand, but the quality of demand. And you have to have quality of demand. And again, you think about, where would we, your generation of cell phone, what generation is it? Is it the most cutting edge technology that's available? It's a 50-50 chance I'm going to abuse you no matter what.
No.
So just say, oh, very good. Our friend who's not even an MBA student. No, it's not. You guys are about at least 1 or 2 generations behind. Why? Because it's not a priority to you. Think about, let's say Japan or Korea. It has to be the absolute latest. And a lot of that has to do with spending expectations, where people go. If you graduate from college, you don't live on your own, you live with your parents, you get married, and a whole variety of things. But it's just a different emphasis. Think about white goods. White goods are washing machines. Washing machines, still where I'm from. It doesn't have an R in it. Washing machines. That's sort of a hit there. But how do American firms do in white goods? Washing machines and dryers and things like that. Are we very competitive?
We've gotten out of it, haven't we?
Why?
Because it was a commodity and we couldn't make as much money as we wanted. Or we
Some
couldn't
of
make any
that.
money.
We
actually.
also couldn't come up with the products that the world wanted. Think about your house. What's the size of your house?
Big.
Big. Huge. 18 at a minimum, probably 1,800 square feet. Some of you come from much wealthier families, and we'll say 10,000 square feet. We live in huge spaces. When I was in Hong Kong, we had a high-end apartment, not on the island, but out in Shenzhen. It cost us $3,000 a month, U.S., for 600 square feet. And that included my part of the elevator, and my part of the hallway, and my part of the lobby, and this little concrete thing I could never figure out what it did. But it's measured basically a foot square. All of that to say, could I have an American-sized washing machine in my flat?
No.
No.
Not
Instead,
sleep.
I had this little Japanese thing. It was amazing. It's energy efficient. It was both the dryer and the washer. They were all combined. It was an amazing sort of product. So who dominates in the world is basically the Japanese. And so when a Chinese firm like a Keelon wants to go and move and study technology in washing and dryers, they don't come to the U.S. They go to Japan. And so their R&D facility is in Japan. Why? Because that's where the cutting edge is. But you think about it, we can sort of have these industrial-sized trucks in our house. And you only want to wash your clothes once a month, and we only want to go to, or once a week, excuse me, not once a month, that's probably a little too long. But you think about your refrigerator. A lot of economies, kitchens are very small. So where do you put the refrigerator? Put it in the living room. It's a piece of furniture, so it's got to look better. And so you find these in many emerging economies. It's very cool. They open on either side. It's a great technology. It doesn't just open on one side. It can open on any side. It looks beautiful, and it's nice. It's got wood. And it's an amazing, but it looks like a piece of furniture. Where ours are just these big hunking, silver things that sort of stick out. End result is we were never very good at that. Why? We didn't demand to be good at it. The Japanese, on the other hand, live in very small flats. Koreans live in very small flats. They have to be good at it. What are we good at? When we think about services, aircraft, what percentage of international air travel is done by American companies? International travel. Take a guess. 50%. Not quite 80, but more like 50 to 60%. If we had more free, blue sky sort of agreements, we would probably even be better. We're incredible at air travel. I don't know if you've ever flown. Has anybody ever flown with Lufthansa? not Lufthansa, Aeroflot out of Russia. Was it a good experience?
No.
It's a disaster. You know, sort of go, no-go section, you know. Literally had a friend that got sick, and you know, she went to the restroom, and they never checked on her. They landed the plane, they were cleaning the plane when these cleaning people found her. You know, it's like nobody cared. You know, it's go back. Literally, it's a horrible area. I had a friend from Russia, and he's a professor, and he was flying from Siberia back into Moscow, and they just stopped because they didn't, in an unscheduled stop, because they didn't have enough fuel. He said what was more on that spot was nobody asked why did they stop. He was the only one who was concerned about the fact they didn't have enough fuel. Everybody just sort of assumed. But they accept that. We, on the other hand, get on a plane, and you know how that mist always comes out when they turn on the air conditioning system. It's like, oh, what is it? What is it? You know, if you're 5 minutes out of the airport, like, give me a free drink. You got to give me something free. You know, this is, you know, we're compulsive about how good the air travel is, and we complain bitterly about it. But it's amazing what they do. But it works very well. You know, our demand conditions. Think about fast food. You know, McDonald's does an incredible job around the world. And all of you guys like to complain about it, but you know, recognize most fast food restaurants out in the U.S. do incredible jobs. But that's what we expect. Very low priced, high service, clean restrooms, all these concepts, and they do very well. So you have to look at what the local conditions are, and they translate around the world. Related and supported industries, and this is really part of where it got into, clusters of excellence. What Porter argues is that you have these clusters of excellence. So you'll find a lot of places will talk about clustering firms together. And to me, it's very interesting. And I think China is always an interesting case because you can go to cities, and it's all the buttons in the world are produced in one city. You know, why? And it's the same thing. Why does Silicon Valley exist? You know, think about it. Firms sometimes complain bitterly about the cost of Silicon Valley. Why does it still exist? Why wouldn't they move that firm, let's say, to Oklahoma City, Oklahoma?
Best talent.
They've got a great talent base. They've got all the resources. They've got venture capital. They've got everything they need.
They got
to be
everything
successful.
you need. And so if you're looking through a Rolodex and you want to find a lawyer, you can find a lawyer easily who understands how to do an IPO or how to do stock options. You're in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and you're looking for somebody to do how to do stock options. Well, I'll study it. I'll get back to you in 2 weeks. Find the venture capitalist, drive to Dallas, and you might. And we don't even have a great venture capital. We have. It's not a big venture capital community here. You know, it's just like you said. You go to, you know, somebody else mentioned over here. What have you got? You've got this. All of this stuff come together. You got this cluster that sort of feeds into itself. And so you have these related and supporting industries. And you've got to have that sort of build on each other and they feed with each other. I mean, actually, Walmart is a good example. When you think about retailing, you know, if you go to Bentonville, has anybody ever been to Bentonville? Ooh, what's it like?
It's kind of run down.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Walmart's an incredible company. Again, it's very nice. I love Walmart. You know, you may dislike them for what they do domestically, but recognized internationally, they're just an amazing company. But when you go there, it's not impressive. There's all these flat buildings, very consistent with their low-cost strategy. But you also find Procter & Gamble's got 50 people on staff there. You know, you find all these big companies have people on staff there. Why? They're feeding back and forth. How do we sell this? We want this. Well, I need that. And they feed back and forth. When Walmart or any of these companies move overseas from the U.S., retailers do incredibly well. Why? Because we've got the system down. We understand how to adapt. We understand how to provide service, which again, just it's very different. You know, you recognize just it's a simple concept like smiling at customers is not a universal habit. You know, Walmart does incredibly well, particularly emerging economies. Mature economies haven't done nearly as well. So you have these clusters of excellence that come together. And this is the concept that you'll see people talk about sometimes. But you'll find government officials trying to artificially create these. I think it's a huge mistake because I don't think you can create them. You know, if you want to look at somebody that's tried even in the U.S. and go to Baton Rouge, Louisiana when I was there, you know, I had a guy who gave $100 million to create a biotech center, and they built this beautiful facility, and it's just a hole with sort of the money. You see the money literally sort of floating down. You know, why? Because who wants to go to Baton Rouge, Louisiana for biotech? You know, it's a Pennington Center, and it's just, you know, anybody from Baton Rouge? I'm sorry.
I'm done.
You know, it's an interesting town, but it's just, you know, how they expect to get, you know, high-end researchers from there, because I knew some that moved there from California. They were just miserable. You know, other places, College Station has the same problem when they try to recruit people outside. You know, you find people who want to go to a rural environment and live. It's very difficult to attract them and to get this critical mass that interacts with each other. And so government's trying to create these things. And again, I tend to be an Austrian economist, and I think governments don't have any business doing that. And so, but you will find that we're going to create this cluster of excellence, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Governments fundamentally can't create it. You know, fundamentally it has to be people that create it. And it's very difficult. But if you find, and they're talking about clusters of excellence, that's the concept. Firm rivalry, basically Porter argues that rivalry is a good thing. Rivalry is not a bad thing, rivalry is a good thing. And so it's very different. And basically if you have strong rivalry, it makes you tough. Those industries that are protected fundamentally will not be able to compete internationally. And so it's one of those things, and again, this tends to be a very U.S.-centric model, does not believe very much in government intervention, which you can argue about around the world, but you know, it's a belief that I share. Fundamentally, governments are not good predictors for the long term. Firms have to go out, they have to compete against each other, and they have to become tough. If they become tough, then they can compete in the world and do well. And that's sort of all these different things. I have little slides if any of you are ever interested in that. Last thing, and probably get done in just a few minutes or less, Professor Rhodes, I'm glad you're here, is just where the growth is going to be is in emerging economies. You know, I strongly encourage you to get out and see the world. You know, it is it's amazing. You know, clearly you don't need special arrangements. Although none of you don't back out with Chinese class. But you know, you can get on a plane, show up in China, fly into Shanghai, get on the train. The bullet trains are amazing. The largest English-speaking country in the world is China. You know, 308 million English speakers. Okay, it's not always good, but you can find somebody around the train station to help you. You can find the places to go and do things. You need to get out into these economies and see what's happening. It's a very different world. This is where you're going to have to compete. It's not going to be competing, you know, the Germans have sold all this stuff. Why is their economy doing so well? Because they're out in the world selling stuff. They're not buying any more stuff. You know, you need to get out and see the world and be a part of it. And so I'm very glad that all of you are signing up for these various classes. I think they're critical to you as you go forward. And, you know, you've got some tremendous faculty leading all these. Professor Rhodes, if he doesn't talk about it, you know, it basically has a doctorate in the equivalent of law that's in international law. He spends lots of times in Europe, and so he's always very kind and tolerates my focus on emerging economy. But, you know, you've got India, you've got all of these great economies to go to and visit. But the thing I encourage you is you have to observe them. And observing simple things, going into the stores and seeing how they're different. Do people sell stuff on Sunday? How do people interact? You go to, in the southern part of China, if you go on most summer days, people are outside. Why? Because their apartments aren't air conditioned. You know, so they spend a lot of time outside. If you're going to deal with this population, you have to understand what they do. You can't take and assume that whatever you do here is going to be the same anywhere else in the world. It doesn't mean that it's right or wrong, it's just different. And so, but you can't do it without experience. And so I think you're all to be congratulated for going. I hope you have wonderful times. But you need to get out and experience some of this stuff. Go to bars and talk to people who are talking. Why are you doing business here? How are you doing business here? You know, if you want to, you can go and play it very safe and not get out and experience those things. But part of the joy and part of the learning comes from going and seeing stuff and doing stuff and talking to people. You know, I don't know how the other professors feel, but I hope none of you take your computers. If I'm speaking out of turn, but if you're on the computer taking care of stuff back in the office, you've missed the point of the trip. You know, the point of the trip is to go and have experiences and live the things. And when you never get frustrated. The bus doesn't show up on time or you're stuck in traffic, that's not a problem. The problem, what you're learning is traffic flows different. If you're making deliveries, you're going to have to be different. You know, you go and you can't drink the water or this or that. You need to, all of that is part of the experience. Because if you're going to go to there and do business, you have to be aware of those things. And if you go thinking it's going to be just like the United States, it's wrong. And if it is just like the United States, you've missed the point. Because the point is to get you out and see very different things. It's one of the reasons why we always require students from particular regions to go somewhere else for one of these trips. You know, and no offense, we've had some Chinese students that want to go back to China. Well, you've been there, you know, go to India, find something else that's very, very different. And so I hope that you'll all take advantage of that. I have two last things I'll hand out real quick. One is, as you compete, this is, again, the train system in China is amazing, but when you look at it, it's essentially, you had some firms that traded technology for market access. Now they've created their own low-cost competitors. And so I think it's you know, as you look at this, and if you guys can share some on the back, I think you have to be, as you go, you have to be very smart. You can't be stupid. You know, again, the world operates differently. You need to be talking to people. And again, as you think about culture, this is a story about Toyota. And I think just recognize that the same stuff that we talk about, culture and the impact competing internationally, it's not unique to U.S.-based firms. All of these things happen for other people too. So, any questions before we finish up? Oh, can't do that too. Nothing else? Well, again, if I can help you guys in any of your different activities, please let me know, and I will turn it over to Professor Rhodes at that stage.
Great job, Gary. Let's take 10 minutes. That'll be our break that was supposed to be 10 to 15. So Gary is, we just have no idea what an extraordinary person and faculty member that is. I was struck as I was listening to his lecture how just phenomenally difficult it is to weave something that makes sense, because our perspectives as faculty are just so phenomenally different. I mean, what Gary was teaching is incredibly interesting, incredibly valuable, unquestionably relevant, and then you get somebody like me with my perspective. I have a couple of law degrees. And it's just totally different. It doesn't mean that one is better than the other. It doesn't mean that, you know, that they're all valuable, but I think you're going to find there's an incredible degree of diversity in the three presentations you're going to get today. And so, I am a lawyer. I'll ask for your forgiveness for that. I spent most of my second law degree program studying international law, but actually have had a fairly narrow focus principally on the European Union. So whereas Gary tends to be an Asian guy, I kind of tend to be Euro-focused because I like to eat and drink well. So that's my preferred part of the world, and I'm going to be leading the trip to Italy. Let me tell you what it is we're going to try to accomplish. First of all, I think I'm kind of a substance guy. What we're going to try to accomplish today is the following. It's going to occur in 3 modules. The number 1 module is kind of by way of deep background. It's kind of an introduction. We're going to talk about 2 subjects. We're going to talk about the WTO and regional trading blocks. That is kind of the structure within which international trade is conducted. And again, I come at this from the perspective of a lawyer. That is number 1. Then we're going to examine what I might call the civil versus common law divide. That is, societies legally have organized themselves in very distinctive ways. You know, Gary kind of made mention of this, though he didn't use the analogy. My analogy is, and please, I'm not dogging on the country that I love the most, but sometimes Americans, when you ask an American, how many individuals does it take to screw in a light bulb? What's the reply? What's the reply? Well, most Americans would say, of course, 1. Because all you need to do is hold the light bulb while the entire world revolves around us. I think there is a feeling, again, that's not said as a criticism, but there's kind of a feeling that if we organize our legal lives in a way, that it must be that the rest of the world, you know, at least if they have any sense, would organize themselves in precisely the same manner. I think we're going to find actually that the way we do it in America, that we're kind of, not the lone wolves, but we're in the distinct minority. That most of the world organizes in a way that we call the civil law method. We're going to talk about that a little bit. That's module 1. Then hopefully I can deliver that very efficiently. I've given myself a maximum of 45 minutes to do that. Number 2, as a lawyer, naturally I am focusing on issues related to dispute resolution. Right? Anytime businesses, when they go to a lawyer, the very first thing that lawyer is going to think about is that, well, first of all, the lawyer is going to be absolutely convinced that this relationship, no matter how optimistic the business people might be, the answer is it's going to get screwed up down the road. It's going to run itself off into the ditch, and we better decide on the front end, how are we going to resolve that dispute? Now, if you have taken, or if you're in the process of taking my class, you actually may hear a couple of things in this segment that are familiar to you. But the answer is, whether they're familiar to you a little bit, not familiar to you at all, the beauty is you don't have to take a test over any of this stuff. You can just be a sponge with, I don't know, my mind would be the one way that I would want to take a class. So we're going to talk about a little bit about international litigation, and then we're going to talk a little bit about arbitrating disputes internationally. That is our second module. Number 3, obviously the purpose is to enter into agreements internationally. You're either selling goods or you're selling services. I'll just ask a question right now. If you're selling services overseas, that is, we've got a U.S. company and a Chinese company or a German company, it doesn't matter. The answer is, what law do you use? What law do you use? I mean, I assume the legal system and the substantive rules of contract law in China are different from the rules that exist in the United States. Whose rules do you use? I guess there's some international law on that subject. I mean, are there international rules of law that are reliably applicable anytime you do business outside of the United States? That would be a fundamental question. That's what we're going to talk about in number 3. What are the, and by the way, lawyers abbreviate contract with the letter K. I don't know what it means, whether they can't spell or whatever the case might be. But the answer is we're going to examine what happens when you enter into contracts internationally. Is there some sort of an international law that is applicable? Are there not? We'll get into that. Question, Graham?
Oh,
You were just partially raising your hand. All right, so that's what we're going to do from now until whenever I get finished. I'm going to be as efficient as I can. Let's talk about the WTO. What is it? It's the World Trade Organization. What is its predecessor? What was it called before it was the WTO? GATT. Very good. G-A-T-T. What is GATT an acronym for? Well, most economists say it stands for the General Agreement to Talk and Talk. But that actually is not what it is. I'm sorry, it's the General Agreement on Trades and Tariffs. When did it come into existence? Shortly after World War II in Geneva, Switzerland. It was not actually a part of the Bretton Woods, but it came along a couple of years thereafter, in 1947. What is its purpose? I'm looking for you to help me out here, Shelley. What is the purpose of the WTO? Or anybody? I just happen to know Shelley's name.
To help arbitrate international law.
To help arbitrate law. No.
regulate global trade.
But that's all right. I'm sorry, to regulate global trade. And how would you do that? You mean so it's not the United States that can determine what products gain entry into the United States? It's the WTO?
Is it more creating a forum for those discussions to take place?
All right, very good. So number one purpose of the WTO, it is a forum that allows 153 countries. I mean, essentially, certainly every developed and most emerging economies are a part of the WTO. And by the way, how do you become a member of this body? Well, you make applications, so long as you have autonomy as a government over your own domestic rules. You make application, if 2/3 say yes, 2/3 of the current members, you get in. So it is a forum for negotiating disputes. Like what kind of disputes? What kinds of disputes would perhaps find their way? Well,
Law
I'm sorry? Which law applies?
Like, yeah, if you have two countries and they're disputing something about...
Yeah, they're going to, first of all, you're absolutely right in the sense that it is a forum for countries to resolve disputes between themselves. That is, it would not be possible for a corporation that believes it's being unfairly denied access to a certain market. That company, no private actor, can go to the WTO to seek resolution. Rather, it is strictly between nation states. And so what kind of dispute ends up there? Well, let me ask you a question. What's the current big issue coming out of China? I mean, literally within the last 30 days.
Currency devaluation.
Tariffs, and actually more like a quota. And what did the Chinese government put a quota on within the last 30 days? Yes?
Rare earth minerals.
Very good. Rare earth elements, critical in the production of many of today's high-tech products. All of a sudden, China, where most of the mining of these rare earth elements originates, China essentially, for a period of time, I think it actually changed in the last 24 hours, put a quota, basically stopped delivering these rare earth elements. So, is that something that goes to the WTO? The answer is that's precisely the kind of issue that goes to the WTO. About a month ago, the House of Representatives in Washington passed a law suggesting that China was keeping its currency undervalued and that was in effect a government subsidy. And that we ought to be able to, as a country, slap a tariff on Chinese imports to compensate for that undervalued currency. It's those kinds of disputes that go to the WTO. Anything relating to essentially the trading rules adopted by nation states. Be they related to tariffs. What's a tariff? That's a tax. A tax levied at the border by virtue of a product having crossed over that threshold or over that border. What's a quota? It is a numerical limitation on the total amount of product that can be inbound or outbound, though that's a little rare. So those are the two things that the WTO principally focuses on. There are other issues as well. Agriculture, yes. Intellectual property rules, yes. But, so, number one, purpose of it is to act as a forum for the negotiation of disputes between countries. Question?
Well, as far as like you said, the U.S. was putting tariffs on Chinese imports because their currency's undervalued.
And by the way, that has not been done yet. It was passed by the House of Representatives. Most people believe the Senate will not go along with that, but that was an example.
I mean, is it like when these forums or discussions take place? I mean, is it like taking somebody to court, or is it just like...
I'll explain that right now. First of all, it starts off with what is called a consultation procedure, where the parties get together and essentially try to kind of self-mediate a dispute. But then, of course, your question has real validity. Well, what if they are not able to come to some sort of an accommodation or an agreement with one another? Then what happens is the party that is troubled by the lack of some sort of a mediated result actually asks for the assembly of a panel to formally hear the dispute. Then that panel formally hears the dispute and issues some sort of a recommendation or a ruling. Well, what happens then? Well, then the disappointed party can actually, within the structure of the WTO that's in Switzerland, can actually effect one internal appeal to an appellate body within the WTO. And then finally, ultimately, we're going to have some sort of a resolution. And let's assume, just hypothetically, that the resolution is contrary to what the Chinese government has been doing, for example. Okay? So, then the question might be, we've got a ruling, the U.S. won, China lost, or you could flip it, it doesn't matter. But if China lost, what's the problem? What's the rub? Graham, what's the problem? I'm sorry?
Do they really have to follow?
Do they have to do anything? The answer is China or any other losing government would have 30 days to do something. Now we're on the 31st day. Guess what? China didn't do anything. Then what happens? Well, you could go to war, but hopefully we won't do that. The answer is, on that 31st day, the United States, if it were the winning party, and if the losing party failed to ameliorate, that is, eliminate whatever whatever it was that was done, the U.S. can then legally take certain retaliatory measures. All right, we can slap tariffs on your products inbound to the United States. So that is not a perfect system, but that is how nation states try to resolve these issues. All right, so that is kind of what it does, or at least the dispute resolution part of it. But there's something else that the WTO does. The WTO, first of all, is a treaty. What's a treaty?
Contract between nations.
It is a contract between nation states. It is a treaty. What else does it do other than provide this forum for negotiation and dispute settlement? Well, it actually has some substantive provisions. So let's look, at least quickly, at some of those substantive provisions. All right. Number one, it provides the mechanism for the reduction of tariffs throughout the world. And you might ask, well, has it been successful in doing so? Incredibly successful. In the 1940s, the average tariff that a given government in the world imposed was somewhere in the high 40s, as in 40-something%. Over the next 20 years, that figure was lowered from 40-something% to an international average of 20%. And then within the last 15 to 20 years, that number has been reduced to the point that the average nation state in the world, 5% tariffs. So it has been spectacularly successful in reducing the level of tariffs around the world. As a complement to that, it also is in the business of getting nation states to abandon entirely quotas. As a matter of fact, it asks countries to engage, particularly countries that are just new to the organization. It asks these countries to engage in what we call tariffication. Country, you've only been a member for a few years. We want you to eliminate the quota, but to phase in the impact on your local industry. We want you to at least initially convert those quotas into tariffs, and then over a period of years, you're going to lower those to the at least average level that exists. So it does have some substantive provisions. That's one of the things that it does. Two other substantive provisions that are worthy of note. It demands that nation states, as a condition of belonging, must afford goods what we call national treatment. You must afford goods national treatment. Let me explain what national treatment is. National treatment requires the following. If the United States has one rule domestically with respect to how a product gets made or the circumstances under which it is sold, the answer is we must treat inbound goods the same as we do domestically made goods. That is, we cannot adopt as a nation, nor can any member of the WTO. No member can adopt a set of rules, one set of rules that applies to its own goods, and yet disproportionately discriminate against inbound goods. That's called national treatment. That is an obligation of every member of the WTO. Finally, under these substantive provisions, each country is obligated to afford what is called most favored nation status. You've probably heard the expression, but I suspect the person uttering it didn't know what he was talking about. Most favored nation status means this. Let's assume that in the United States, I'm making up these numbers, that we offer to the South Korean government on, let's pick a product, washing machines manufactured by a Korean company. Let's assume that the tariff that we impose on inbound washing machines from South Korea is 2%. I have no idea, nor do I care whether that figure is accurate. Most favored nation means that I have to take whatever the lowest percent that I charge to any one member of the WTO, I've got to offer that to every other member of the WTO. That is, I cannot discriminate with respect to washing machines between Korea and China, right? Whatever the lowest tariff rate that I charge to Korea, so much, if that is the lowest, so must I offer to every other member of the WTO. Does that make sense? All right, any questions so far? But you all knew all of this, right? Yes, this is covered in, what is it, Graham? Financial accounting or something like that, right? Probably not. Okay, all right. All right. So, that's the WTO. Well, I tell you what, let's shift gears just a little bit. I want to talk about regional trading blocks. Now, Jason, you've heard this, so you can kind of go to sleep for a little while. Well, first of all, what is a regional trading block? Jason, I'll ask you. Or give me an example of a regional trading.
The European Union,
Mm-hmm.
they've got similar rules between all the member countries.
So, no penalty if you don't remember, but the European Union, first of all, how did this thing come into existence?
Coal trading.
Came into existence probably, well, what is the document that countries use in order to enter into agreements with each other?
Treaty.
That's called a treaty. Came into existence when? 58. Very good. January the 1st, 1958 saw the founding of the European Union. What's the purpose of the EU? Anybody? To print money. To default on government obligations. What is the purpose of the EU? Just thinking about the Greek debt crisis. What was the original purpose of the EU?
To restrict Germany?
To restrict, well, that would be the underlying rationale for its creation. I tend not to want to say that in our household since my wife was from Germany, but yeah, I mean, that was really the reason, is to control these population of individuals that seem to wreak havoc on the continent every 20 or 30 years or so. But what was the, at least stated purpose of the European Union?
To make the trade easier.
I'm sorry?
To make the trade easier.
To make trade easier, all right? Well, let's look. I'm going to look at regional trading blocks. So, by the way, is the United States a member of a regional trading bloc?
NAFTA.
NAFTA? Anything else? How about the CAFTA-DR trading bloc? You know that? No. You'll probably learn about it from Gary if you're going to the Dominican Republic, but that's a free trade agreement, U.S., certain Central American countries, and the Dominican Republic. So let's look at briefly what forms these regional trading blocks can take. At the most basic level, the most basic form of regional trading block, which again, a regional trading block is just an agreement among nations that has as its purpose the facilitation of trade among the members of that regional trading bloc. That stands for Free Trade Area. Like the NAFTA is a free trade area. It is the least ambitious form of regional trading bloc. What is the purpose of a free trade area? Well, first of all, I'm speaking in general terms. Obviously, any two countries can agree to whatever they wish. But generally speaking, in a free trade area, it provides for the free movement of goods and services. That's what a free trade area does. Right? How do you provide for the free movement of goods and services? What do you have to do in order to provide for the free movement of goods and services? I mean, to create a market that is like our common market here in the United States. You have to have the elimination of tariffs and the elimination of quotas. Very good. All right. So, by the way, where do we stand, at least in general terms, in the NAFTA? The process started in 1994. In general terms, where are we? The answer is, in general terms, we've eliminated tariffs and quotas that would otherwise inhibit the free movement of goods. That is a free trade area. Now, I have a question. How can you reconcile the concept of a free trade area with the concept of the most favored nation principle under the WTO? I know you're thinking, wait a minute, I'm not that dialed into the lecture. What the hell did he just say?
Is it because they're in the same region?
What? First of all, what's your name?
John.
Hey, John. Is there an inconsistency in a regional trading bloc where you lower all tariffs to zero? Does that appear to run or to be at odds with the obligations under this MFN status that we talked about that's a requirement of the WTO? Most favored nation says whatever the lowest tariff is you offer to your best friend, you got to offer that to everybody else. Well, does that mean that if we've lowered tariffs to zero with respect to goods that are going to Mexico, do we have to automatically offer that to everybody else? The answer is no. It is an explicit exception of this obligation. We make a specific exception for regional trading blocs. So in other words, if we run our tariffs to zero with respect to Mexico, we don't have to offer that to anybody else outside our little special club that we call a regional trading bloc. All right. So that's the NAFTA, that's the CAFTA. But let's assume we wanted to do more than that. All a free trade area does, generally speaking, eliminate barriers to the movement of goods and services. So tariffs and quotas. That's what a free trade area does. What would be the next level in terms of getting deeper in terms of the integratedness of this regional trading bloc? What would be the next level? Well, how about creating what we call a customs union? What does that sound like, Jason? You're going to rue the day that you ever went to Italy with me last year. All right, man, I love hearing that. You know, what would a customs union be?
Is it that you start applying the same quotas and tariffs against external nations?
All right, very good. So in other words, when we talked about eliminating quotas and tariffs with respect to the goods and services, if this is a picture of the NAFTA, it's a really bad looking picture. And we got Canada, US, and Mexico. Which kind of tariffs, I didn't say it, but which kind of tariffs are we eliminating? Those internal barriers to the free movement of goods. Does a free trade area concern itself with the external tariffs that get applied to countries inbound from a different part of the world? Absolutely not. The wrinkle of a customs union is that the three countries, by the way, don't write that down because the NAFTA is not a customs union. But were it a customs union, we would come to an agreement among the three nations applying the same tariff level with respect to goods inbound into the NAFTA from elsewhere in the world. By the way, does that have any significance? Yes, Andrew?
Just a quick question. What's an example of a customs union?
The European Union.
Okay.
There are a couple of others, but you probably would not have heard of. So the European Union is one of the very few that's going to be at the very deepest level. Yes?
Do the countries need similar economic status?
Can we reserve that?
Sure.
Wait, I tell you what, we're going to draw two pictures. Let's draw the NAFTA, and remember, the NAFTA is only a free trade area. And so does that mean that Mexico, Andrew, can apply whatever duty it wishes to South Korean refrigerators?
Yes.
Yes. So Mexico, because they're trying to protect local industry, I know that this may run counter to its duties under the WTO, but nobody's complained yet. It's got a 20% duty with respect to Korean refrigerators, okay? Could the United States have a different external tariff?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's 4% and 8% in Canada. All right, so each country retains the sovereignty to determine the amount of external tariff. Now let's go to the European Union. The European Union is a customs union and so much more than a customs union. Well, I can't draw 27 pieces of the pie. That's how many members it currently has. So in a customs union, is it going to be a unitary tariff on Korean refrigerators?
Yes.
Yes, I don't know what it is. Let's assume it's 6.5%. So in other words, wherever that refrigerator comes into first, you know, a dock in the Netherlands or an airport in London, it doesn't matter. It's going to have that tariff levied one time. Now, does that have any practical consequence for business?
Yeah.
What is it?
You'd want to send your Korean refrigerators to the U.S. and then distribute them through Mexico and Canada.
All right, well, you've raised the critical question. So in a free trade area, if your point of entry into America is the dock in the port of San Francisco, once that refrigerator has that duty paid with respect to it, is that refrigerator entitled to become a beneficiary of the elimination of these internal barriers? By the way, if the answer to that question is yes, how many refrigerators are ever going to be imported into Mexico or Canada? Zero. And so that would call what an international economist would say, or would call trade deflection. That is, Canada and Mexico would lose its ability to charge its higher tariffs. So, in a free trade area, the consequence is this. Even though you've paid that duty into the United States, if you want to send that product south or north, it's going to have to also pay the applicable duty. Said differently, the only beneficiaries of the free movement of goods in a free trade area would be goods that are produced in the free trade area. And by the way, even that word produced, would that have to be rich with meaning?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, is it enough that we imported the parts from Korea and just had somebody with a screwdriver put them together? I think not. We're going to have detailed rules of origin to determine and distinguish NAFTA goods from non-NAFTA goods. By the way, would that have any impact on business? Might that Korean manufacturer think, you know, maybe if we could find a maquiladora on the northern border of Mexico and produce the refrigerator there, because then if we have enough domestic content, that product might be able to freely move, at least within these 3 countries. Now, turn your attention to the customs union. Is there any risk of trade deflection in a customs union?
No.
Not at all. So, what is the beauty of a customs union? You get through that outer crust one time, and it's as if your product was made in Europe. It's totally entitled to be a beneficiary of those lowered or eliminated tariffs. Does that have implications for manufacturing?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I don't know anything about business. You do know that. I know nothing about business, but Dr. Nix, she can take that question up because she actually knows it. That's customs union. How could we go deeper? If we wanted this regional trading bloc to be even deeper in its level of integration, well, we could also decide to create, by the way, these are usually cumulative, right? That's the NAFTA, this is the EU, this is the EU, and they tend to layer these on top of each other. We could also decide to become a common market. What's a common market? What additional responsibility would you have to assign to this European Union thing?
Currency.
That actually is before. Common market would have to provide for the free movement of the other factors of production, which are labor and capital. So we're going to have the free movement of labor and capital. So do we have that in the NAFTA?
Nope.
No. Likely to happen within our lifetimes?
No.
No, I don't think so. Probably would be politically controversial. Do they have that in the European Union? Absolutely. Absolutely. And then finally, unless you include political union, which is never going to happen in Europe, the final step would be monetary union. And clearly the European Union is one of the few parts of the world that has monetary union as well. So we've just taken little baby steps in this part of the world, but the model for the world is the European Union. If you come to Italy with me, you'll learn more than you ever wanted to know about the subject. All right. Took me 30 minutes. It's allotted 45, so we've just gathered 15 more minutes. I'm already worn out. All right, any questions about the WTO or regional trading bloc? I'm sorry?
What about the UK and the money?
What about the UK and the money? Okay, that's a great question. The European Union has 27 members, but not all of the members of the European Union are members of the Eurozone. The Eurozone is a smaller subset of nations. I believe the number is 16. 15 this week, we got 16. All right. All right. Oh, you know, I may not have. Yeah. No, I think we're ready for this. Let's talk about. No, I need to do the common law versus the civil law. I'll make it as quickly as quickly as we can. So, what kind of a legal system do we have in America? Common law. What does that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean that our law is ordinary and pedestrian?
It can be interpreted.
It can be interpreted. What do you mean?
Versus civil, which if it's not expressly stated, it's illegal in the U.S.
Okay. Well, how about the most basic question? Where does law come from in a common law country?
British.
Yeah, historically, it comes from Great Britain. That is the law that we received when we founded the nation. But where does law come from? What is precedent?
Previous cases.
Previous cases. Now, what does that mean? In America, judges write legal opinions. Does that mean the judges actually have the power to make law, or are the judges in America relegated to interpreting statutes passed by the legislatures, both federal and state? They can make law. By the way, everybody hear that? I know you've heard me say this if you've taken my class, but the answer is we have this strange amalgamation, and this is emblematic of all common law countries. In common law countries, it's kind of a strange brew. Part of our law in America comes from statutes. And to make it even more confusing, we give some authority to the federal government to regulate certain activities statutorily, and all power not granted to the federal government is reserved to the states. So, for example, in the United States, the entirety of the law of contracts is regulated federally or at the state level. I mean, you would think, for goodness sakes, contract law would be regulated federally in America. The answer is it is regulated independently by the 50 states. Does that mean literally the contract law rules that exist in Texas might totally change if you wandered over to Louisiana? Not something I would recommend. I mean, I love Louisiana. I mean, it does have a very distinctive legal tradition. The answer to that question is yes. And to make it even more confusing, within each of the 50 states, part of the law of contracts, as we're learning now, is regulated by statute. Now, by the way, Andrew, if there's a statute that regulates part of the law of contracts, does that mean the court has no role to play in making law?
No.
No. How does it make law, even if there's a statute on that very subject?
Can't they rule on part of the statute?
Well, are there ever ambiguities when statutes are passed? I mean, we talked about a case, I think, last week where literally there was this hole as wide as a Mack truck. The legislature had just forgotten to deal with one eventuality. What do courts have to do in America? They make law. But what I'm here to tell you is the other half of contract law is exclusively made by courts. I know you've heard me say this before if you've had my class. But if you ever hear a politician say, oh, well, what I don't want those people up there just making law. That person is either an idiot, which is probably the case, or is being totally disingenuous. We live in a common law country. Judges are given explicitly the power to make law. That's how our system works. That is emblematic of how common law countries work. How many people were raised not in a common law tradition, but in a civil law country? Well, if you came from Asia, your law has a lot more similarity to the civil method than the common law method. And I tell you what, somebody that came from a civil law tradition, they would be absolutely appalled. Because if I were a student of law in Germany, the answer is I might get through law school without ever having read a case. Not possible in this country, nowadays. Now, I'm going to spend all my time reading what? In German. Not cases.
Law.
Well, but it's all law. I'm going to spend all of my time reading statutes, which are called codes. Very good. So, by the way, and so judges really, all they have to be able to do is to apply the code. They don't really have to make law because every principle is found in the code. Everything is resolved by the code. We don't ever have to interpret this thing. So by the way, now that we have distinguished some aspect of civil versus criminal, where in the world do we follow the common law method? Well, obviously it's going to include the United Kingdom and what other likely countries by virtue of the colonial heritage of the United Kingdom? Canada, the United States, Australia, New Zealand, a little bit India, and Hong Kong. That's it. Virtually, I'm accepting now the Soviet Union and certain Islamic countries, but essentially the rest of the world does its law using the civil law method. Yes,
Why
Greg?
did you say a little bit India?
A little bit India. Well, part of it is a lack of familiarity. I probably need to stop going to Italy and come over to India and talk to some Indian lawyers, but the few times I have, it's indicated that it is, oh, why India? Why would India be kind of more in the common law tradition? It's by virtue of the history of Great Britain as a colonial power in India. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn. I think that's fairly apparent. But I have also understood, though again, I'm just relying on what I hear, that it's not totally a part of the common law tradition, but that's why. That's why. So we're really in the minority in the United States. All right, what should I strive for, Nancy? Efficiency or? Oh, I think I'll stand for efficiency. I think I'll stand for efficiency because it's just too broad a topic. Let's go on to number 2. So I talked about not very well because I truncated it too much. Talked a little bit about this, satisfied with what I did. Talked a little bit about the civil law versus common law. Not as much as I wanted, but I'm trying to be respectful of your time too. Let's talk about dispute resolution internationally. All right. Graham, let's assume that you are from France, okay? And you work for a French company, all right? And well, let's assume that your company that you work for, I'm not sure that this is still the case, but it's a company called BIC that, among other things, produces cigarette lighters, okay? And I'm not sure where they get manufactured. I assume somewhere in Asia, perhaps not. And I am the general counsel with the Southland Corporation, which is actually now owned by a Japanese firm, but I don't want to make it unnecessarily complicated. We'll still think of it as a Dallas, Texas company, right? So we're negotiating the purchase of $10 million worth of cigarette lighters, okay? And we're sitting in a suite at the Hyatt at DFW Airport. So what are we going to provide in terms of how we're going to resolve any disputes? You know what I would like to do? I would like to specify in our agreement that any lawsuit that arises by virtue of one of the parties breaching the agreement, that any lawsuit would have to be filed in Dallas County, Texas. I'm looking for feedback, Graham.
Yeah.
And you speak pretty good English, so don't worry about, you know.
I would probably prefer that any disputes be handled in Paris, France.
Well, I tell you what, we're just going to refuse to go down that path. I'm sorry. Don't understand the court system, concerned about the language barrier. It's one of those civil law countries, and you know they do things in a way that's different than the United States.
Well, I heard the same concerns about the U.S. system. It's something that we don't
All
necessarily
right, so we just reached a stalemate right at the very beginning. So how do we resolve that? I mean, how do we get beyond this issue?
What mediums exist?
Yeah, I mean, are there any alternatives to traditional litigation, which frankly doesn't sound all that attractive anyway?
Pick a third party?
I'm sorry? We could go to a third party to help us do what?
Or, like, say, you pick a neutral place between the two maybe that you would go to for disputes?
So would we like, is there like a rent-a-judge place? You hire a judge to resolve your dispute?
You can find a lot of things on the internet these days.
Yeah, no, we can probably find a judge to rent, but by the way, once we get to the conclusion of that process, I assume somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose. Would it be important to have some mechanism by which it could be enforced? I mean, that is, when you get a judgment or an award or an order from somebody, are those things self-executing? That is, you know, in the lawsuit, you ended up getting us for $1.5 million for breach of contract, right? Or lawsuit judgment self-executing. That is, you literally present it to the other party and does money start rolling out of the cash register?
No.
No, you're going to have some mechanism for it to be enforced. All right, so again, Graham, I'm unclear. What are we trying to do? We're going to go off and find a judge to rent? What do we call that? Do we actually have a formal process? Well, I'll tell you what. Let's assume, for some strange reason, that you want to do business with us so badly, you actually agree that we're going to have a traditional lawsuit in Dallas County, Texas. You're not that comfortable with it, but nevertheless, okay? First of all, so let's talk about traditional litigation first. I don't know how I got Graham to agree to it, but my first question is this. If you've taken my class, you know what the answer is. Can you, as a predicate to traditional litigation, is it lawful in the United States for parties to come to an agreement, which agreement selects the forum to resolve the dispute? Lawful or unlawful in the United States? Lisa?
Yes.
Yes, lawful. How do you know that?
Because I'm in your class.
Because we learned. And what's the name of the case?
Oh, you would ask me that one.
That's Carnival Cruise Lines versus Shuta. The answer is, in the United States, it is without any significant limitation. It is lawful to create jurisdiction contractually. What's jurisdiction? Jurisdiction merely refers to the power of a court to hear a case. You can create jurisdiction by contract. But, Graham, let's assume the contrary notion. You would never agree to come to Dallas County, and I'm damn sure not going to go over to France to have this thing. So we just leave the agreement silent. We're just going to hope and pray that there is no dispute between us. Next question. When there is no agreement, how do you know which court system you use? When there is no agreement, how do you know which court system you use?
Is it situational?
It is situational. And what situation does it depend upon?
The origination of you know, you have to look at the problem and say, what caused this?
You do. I tell you what, let's do. Let's go to that case that is on the first page of the reading. All right, now, look, I'm not a naive person. I suspect that not everyone read and understood every word. And I'm okay with that. But what I would like for somebody to do is to volunteer to describe what happened in the case. Yes, sir, what's your name?
Peter.
Peter, God bless you.
Okay.
If I could give you a gold star, I would.
All right. Well,
Tell me what happened in this society.
This is a big view, so it's gonna be real.
That's all right. This is a 30,000-foot view of the case.
Right.
All right.
A Japanese company that manufactures these valves.
Yeah, valves that go on what?
Wheel tires, motorcycles.
Motorcycle tires, yes.
Japanese company. They sold the valves to a Taiwanese company.
Called Shengshin.
Shengshin.
And what did the Taiwanese corporation do with these tire valves?
They used them to. They sent them to California.
I mean, did the Taiwanese just direct ship the valves to California, or were they incorporated in some larger mechanism?
The latter.
The latter. Yes, that's all right. 30,000 foot's good. Yeah. Good for me. It gets incorporated in this wheel tire assembly. I'm totally out of my element. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. But you know, you got to have a wheel and a tire on a motorcycle. And this little plastic valve was incorporated. Now, so then what did the Taiwanese company do with these this completed aftermarket product?
They sold, or they were sold to a manufacturer in California who put them on.
Actually, I think it was just sold to a distributor or retailer in California, and presumably to other states as well.
Right.
So Mr. Zurcher goes into a motorcycle shop and perhaps needs a new wheel, new tires for his motorcycle. He buys one of these products that's got the Asahi tire valve, and what happens, at least allegedly?
A malfunction, a blowout.
There's a blowout, and is there an injury that results from that?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yes. Is it his wife that gets killed, he gets killed, somebody gets killed, and somebody else is pretty severely injured. So, who are the parties to this lawsuit?
The injured parties.
We would call them the plaintiffs.
The plaintiffs.
And who are they suing?
They want to sue the Asahi company.
And probably the Taiwanese company as well?
Asahi wants to wash their hands of it because they're claiming that they had no idea that the parts would be defective and in a market where they could be sued.
Okay, so we've got one plaintiff, that's the party that brings a civil action. We've got two defendants, one from Japan, one from Taiwan. And in order for a court to hear a traditional lawsuit, which we call litigation, unless you've got an agreement that selects a forum, that's generally allowed. By the way, did these three parties come to an agreement before or after the fact, selecting Taiwan, Japan, or the United States as the forum to resolve their dispute?
I don't think they did.
I don't think they did either. So in the absence of an agreement, then the court in the United States has to decide whether it has what? Has to decide whether or not it has jurisdiction over the case, because without jurisdiction, you don't have any power to hear the case. So why would I have placed this case here, specifically this case? Well, it certainly has an international flavor to it. So by the way, what we're about to talk about is, when does a court in America have jurisdiction? Because if it has jurisdiction, it has the power to hear the case. We're going to learn that. We may even examine how jurisdictional rules work in another part of the world. But is there any way, or should we assume that because we do jurisdiction one way in this country that it's going to be the same everywhere else? Absolutely not. But let's talk about jurisdiction rules. All right. Concept of jurisdiction has two components. You got to have subject matter jurisdiction and you got to have personal jurisdiction. What is subject matter jurisdiction? Well, it's a long and complicated subject, but I'm going to boil it down and make it easy. If you want to bring a lawsuit in the federal courts in the United States, one of two things has to be true. Either the case has to involve a federal question. It's Peter, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea whether this is a federal question that is being brought in California?
I don't think so.
It is not a federal question. It is a question regulated by the laws of the individual states.
Right.
Alternatively, that's why I put the or, you can go to federal court based upon the existence of what we call diversity. You might know what diversity is. What's diversity? Two parties in the lawsuit, and the parties live in the same state or in two different states or countries. So the other way you can go to law in the Federal Court of America is by virtue of diversity of citizenship. Peter, who are our parties? We've got a plaintiff who was from?
Plaintiff from Japan. No, California.
California, and you've got two defendants, neither of which are California corporations, correct?
Correct.
So could this case have gone to a federal court based upon diversity of citizenship? The answer is it could have, but it's actually not mandatory that it do so. It actually remained in the California state court system. All right, what's the other component? Really the one that I want to talk about. What's the other component of personal jurisdiction, Peter? The other component of jurisdiction is called, the P stands for personal. Stands for personal jurisdiction. Please write this down to the extent that you're keeping notes. Personal jurisdiction requires that if you want to sue a defendant who lives outside the forum, if you want to sue a defendant that lives outside the forum, what's the forum? Formula. You want to sue a defendant that lives outside the forum, you must prove, do you remember what the expression is, Peter?
Start with an A, right?
Starts with an M and is two words. If you want to sue somebody that lives outside the forum, you've got to prove that that defendant had minimum contacts with the forum state. You've got to prove that that defendant had sufficient contacts with the forum state. By the way, why would we care about that? Why would we care or want the plaintiff to have to prove that a defendant had minimum contacts with the forum state? Why? Because it would violate our notions of due process if you didn't require it. Right? If you had a Japanese company or a Taiwanese company that had never done any business in the United States, we would think that it would be unfair to compel their appearance if they had no association with this country. So, how about the Taiwanese company, Peter? Would the Taiwanese company have had minimum contacts with the forum state?
Most likely.
Most likely. How so?
In selling the valves to the forum state.
So in other words, the Taiwanese company specifically did business with the California market and would be easily deemed to have done or have had minimum contacts with the state of California?
Yes, sir.
And so are they likely deriving a profit from the U.S. market?
Yes, sir.
And so to the extent that you occasionally have a product that goes bad, is there a certain symmetry saying, if you're going to make money off this market, one of your products goes bad, you're going to have to pay for the consequences of that. That seems totally fair. But is it more controversial getting jurisdiction over the Japanese company? That was the real issue in the case.
Right.
All right, how is that controversial?
Because the Japanese company was claiming that they didn't know that the product was going to enter the foreign state.
Well, let's assume that they did know. Let's assume that they did know. Is it reasonable, is it fair for a California court to compel the appearance of the Japanese company? I'm sorry?
They dealt more with the Taiwanese company.
They dealt with the Taiwanese company. Apparently, did Asahi ever export any products directly into the United States?
No.
So did it ever do business directly inside the United States?
No.
So the only thing that you can prove at most with respect to the Japanese company is that it had some general awareness that its products were being incorporated into this assembly produced in Taiwan, and must have had some general awareness that that product would be distributed to the United States. So the issue facing the Supreme Court of the United States is that enough of a contact to justify exerting authority over a non-resident defendant? Peter, I assume there's an answer to that question. Or anybody, what's the answer to that question? Is that enough to create minimum contacts which creates personal jurisdiction? Is that enough? The answer to the question is no. No. Asahi stands for the following proposition. In order to sue a non-resident defendant, it is not sufficient that there be some general awareness on that company's part that its products get swept in the stream of commerce to the United States. There would have to be proof of something more than that. Direct shipments into California, that's probably enough. Asahi setting up a call center in California to provide aftermarket support, that would probably be enough. Now, by the way, I assume this has some relevance, doesn't it, bro? What relevance could this possibly have? All of this stuff.
Operations quality.
So, in other words, let's see here. I've used this example in class. Let's assume that we have a company in China that is producing dog food, or at least the basic core ingredient of a dog food, and then ships that product up to a Japanese company that's actually bagging it, putting together, putting flavor on it to where that it's appealing to dogs, and then that Japanese company ships its products to the United States, but as it turns out, what's wrong with the dog food? It's laced with, is it melamine or something that proves itself to be poisonous to dogs, and all of a sudden, oh, and by the way, let's see here, we've got a Chinese producer, we've got a Japanese company, and Japanese company is actually selling it to Purina, which is a U.S. company. So we've got a class action lawsuit filed now by the owners of 800,000 animals that lost their lives. By the way, in America, who is liable, before we get to the jurisdiction question, who is liable for that defective product? Is Purina liable, though it just bagged up the stuff? Under U.S. law, is Purina liable? Yes, under our products liability scheme. Is the Japanese company liable? Yes. Is the Chinese company liable? Yes, under applicable U.S. law, every company in the chain of distribution is fully liable. But let me ask you a question. What's the likelihood you're going to get jurisdiction over the Chinese company after Asahi? 0% likelihood. So you have fewer defendants. So one of the things you've got to do in international business is you've got to figure out, well, first of all, best idea is to, in the contract, create jurisdiction, which is totally lawful. But failing that, you're going to have to analyze where is it in the world that this lawsuit is going to be brought. So by the way, in this case, if we dismiss this party, then what's the plaintiff going to have to do? If we dismiss this party, what's the plaintiff going to have to do? He's going to have to refile the lawsuit in Japan. Is that likely to be successful? No. All right. So let's assume at the end of this process, Graham, a lawsuit was held in Dallas County. You're a French company, and I've got a verdict in the amount of $1.5 million. How do I collect it against your company if you don't voluntarily pay it? How do I collect the judgment? What happened was you sold product to Dallas, Texas. By virtue of your selling product to me in Dallas, Texas, is it likely that a Texas court would have personal jurisdiction by virtue of your minimum contacts in the state of Texas? Yes. That's how I was able to sue you. That's how I got a judgment for the amount of $1.5 million. I give you the judgment, and you all say, you know what, we're just not inclined to pay that. What do I do now? Give up?
Refile in France.
Well, actually, what I would do is I would bring a second lawsuit in France. And what would
Force them to abide by.
Yeah. France, I don't need for you to relitigate this. We've already litigated this case. What I would like for you to do is for you to enforce this judgment. Help us out here. So let me ask you a question. I assume there exists in the world some treaty that obligates 150 some countries to recognize judgments that are inbound from other jurisdictions around the world. Right, Lisa? Not so much? Isn't there like a world court that does those things? That resolves all international disputes and makes sure that everybody gets their money? The answer is the world court is, no, it's, more war crimes and inter-country disputes. The answer is it's unbelievable. In this day and age, with a couple of very limited exceptions that frankly don't apply in the United States, there is no international treaty that guarantees and facilitates the enforcement of judgments around the world. Graham, I gotta tell you, if I go to France, I don't know, maybe I'm gonna get lucky. Maybe France is actually going to recognize that judgment. But the answer is the greater likelihood is that, well, and by the way, I happen to have picked France for a reason. France has a rule of law that basically says if you're a French citizen or a French company, you have a constitutional right to have your lawsuit heard by French courts. So I know there exists a rule of law that makes it absolutely impossible that I will ever see the money. By the way, would it be useful to know those things kind of on the front end of the transaction? I had a question back here, Peter. Okay. All right. So there exists no treaty that facilitates the collection of judgments in the world. My God, we better have some alternative, right? Is there any alternative to this? Because I've just invested $250,000 collecting this money. My lawyer, boy, he did a great job, and now I'm realizing I'm not going to be able to collect the judgment. Surely there was something better we could have tried, Peter.
I mean, with not having a kind of a collection agency, a worldwide collection agency, wouldn't that give rise to the potential for black market or organized crime enforcing and collecting?
Well, I thought you were going to say, well, surely there is an international collection agency, but again, what are you going to do without the assistance of the French courts? Are these people going to break in there and start stealing the assets of the company and liquidating them? That's probably criminal activity. But the answer is, in all likelihood, you're never going to get that judgment collected, so there's got to be some alternative because disputes do occur. What's the alternative? It's called arbitration. In that same country that is reliably hostile to enforcing any judgment coming from the United States is the center of world arbitration. Sitting in the 8th arrondissement in Paris, France, is the International Chamber of Commerce. It is estimated that 80% of the world's international arbitrations take place right there or in one of these branch offices. So, we'll talk a little bit about arbitration. But the main thing that I want to figure out before we invest the time in doing so, by the way, are we due for a break or are we pretty much okay? Well, again, I'm going to finish this international litigation arbitration and then we're going to have a break for lunch, and if lunch comes early, that's okay, right? All right, so find your readings once more, and I want you to turn to page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want you to find the little symbol of the United Nations. Turn to that. All right. So, Melody, what does that say?
Which part?
The title.
Convention on the Recognition and Enforcement of Foreign Arbitral Awards.
Convention is what? What's a convention? Like the Elks or the getting together in New Orleans? No. Convention is actually just another word for treaty. By the way, so we have a treaty that apparently guarantees what? Guarantees the enforcement of what? Guarantees the enforcement of arbitration awards. So all of a sudden, do we see what an improvement arbitration is over traditional litigation? Well, let's see what it says. All right, so tell me the arbitrations to which it applies. What arbitrations does it apply to? I want you to read from Article 1, Paragraph 1. By the way, what you're reading is called the New York Convention. And because I just updated the material, let me make sure that I see how many signatories. It has 142 signatories. And whether you're going to Chile, China, Dominican Republic, Italy, India, and wherever else in the world, South Africa, every country we go to is a signatory. Virtually every country in the world that you would have any interest in doing business, unless you're going to do business in some extremely undeveloped country. All right, so what arbitrations does it apply to, Jason? This convention shall apply to what?
Any awards made by a territory of a state other than the state where the recognition and enforcement of such awards are sought.
All right. So, Graham, we were smart. We didn't rely upon traditional litigation. Rather, we put an arbitration clause in our contract, right?
I don't think we did.
Well, let's assume that we did, because now that we realize the litigation is probably not going to lead to a successful result, we actually provided in our contract for arbitration. And by the way, Graham, the duty to go to arbitration exists solely by virtue of the parties coming to an agreement, or can parties generally be compelled to go to arbitration? The answer is the former. Yeah, the former. So if you've got a duty, if you have the right to go to arbitration, it's solely by virtue of the fact that you put it in the contract. All right, so we're going to put in the contract that any dispute is going to be resolved by arbitration, specifically by the International Chamber of Commerce in Paris, France. Does that sound satisfactory to you? Yeah, you're comfortable with that. It's closer to home. All right, and I'm comfortable with it too because it has such an impeccable reputation. So I fly over to France, we resolve the dispute, and let's assume, contrary to what I said before, you actually win an award of $1.5 million against my company based in Dallas, the Southland Company. Question: would this convention, assuming France is a signatory and the United States is a signatory, would this convention be applicable to that, Jason? Read that sentence again. This convention applies to what?
Awards made in the territory of a state other than the state where the recognition and enforcement of such awards are sought.
All right, so the actual arbitration was held in France and enforcement is being sought apparently. Now that Graham's company was the winner, it's being enforced where? In the United States. Therefore, you would use this convention. What if I had won and I were enforcing this award in France? Would this convention apply? No. If you held the arbitration in France and it was being enforced in France, you don't use this convention, but rather you use French national law, which is going to protect also. All right. So, what is the duty? Next question. Under Article 2, what is the duty of each of those 142 contracting states? What does it say, Jason?
To recognize the agreement, in writing under which the parties undertake to submit to arbitration all differences.
So each contracting state may recognize an arbitration agreement if it's in writing, or must? They shall recognize it, assuming that it is in writing. It could not be oral. All right? And then read from paragraph 33. The court of a contracting state, continue reading. When seized of an action in matter in respect of which the parties have made an agreement with in writing, shall do what?
At the request of one of the parties, refer the parties to arbitration.
So in other words, Graham, we've signed an arbitration agreement. It obviously is in writing. It is valid. Let's assume that I intend to circumvent that, and I file a lawsuit in a traditional courthouse in Dallas County. What will that judge have to do? That judge will have to dismiss the lawsuit and compel me to go to arbitration. And by the way, what happens when you violate a judge's order? You're in contempt. What happens if you're in contempt? That's called 6 months in jail. And by the way, would a Dallas County judge have any legal obligation to honor this international treaty that's been signed by the United States? Yes, under the Supremacy Clause, federal law and U.S. treaties are the supreme law of the land and take precedence over state law. So the answer is, under this treaty, do we have all of a sudden a high degree of confidence that we have a treaty that's going to ensure that wherever in the world I'm doing business, we have a mechanism to resolve disputes? Bingo, we just got it. Oh, and by the way, other beautiful aspects. Cheaper than litigation, quicker than litigation, more private than litigation in terms of there are very few headlines with respect to these proceedings. So it is all good. All right. Now, Graham, we're at the end of the arbitration process. And again, you're going to be the winner. So you're going to come to the United States and you're going to seek enforcement of that arbitration award. Will the court be legally required to help you in collecting that judgment? Please turn to Article 4. Actually, you don't have to turn. It's at the bottom of the page. What does Article 4 say? Somebody knew. Yes. Article 4 says what?
Article 4 says you have to have a authenticated.
All right. I've got to have an authenticated copy of the award
and the original agreement
that mandated arbitration. All right. Let's assume I'm going to be able to produce that. Now go to Article 5, which you do have to turn the page. What must this court do when it's assisting Graham's company in enforcing this $1.5 million award? Recognition and enforcement of the award, it should read, only may be refused in the following circumstances. Let's read these. So by the way, if one of these circumstances does not exist, then what? Then the court in the United States would be obligated to honor the award. All right, how about number 1? Is that generally going to be an issue? Graham, the parties to the agreement, were we operating under some incapacity?
Yes.
We were? I mean, incapacity means that we were under the age of 18 or currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Is that likely to have been the case?
He's from France, it might have been.
Oh, yeah, France it might have been, but probably not going to be the case. All right, number 2. Did one of the parties, probably the losing party, was he or she or it not given proper notice of the arbitration? What would that mean? Well, Graham, because he knew some of these arbitrators over in France, he actually started the proceeding and made sure that I got no notice of it. What's the likelihood that's going to occur, particularly in a body with as much credibility as the International Chamber of Commerce? They're going to have a secret arbitration. No. By the way, let me tell you the impression I'm trying to create. In America, when you lose, can you probably effect appeal after appeal after appeal and drag this process on for years? All sorts of grounds of appeal. Let's think about how many effective bases of appeal there are with respect to arbitration. So if one of us was drunk or stoned, they don't have to enforce it. If one of the parties, probably the losing party, was not given notice, let's see, number 3, the award dealt with some issue that the panel was not given the authority to arbitrate. But what does our contract say? The arbitrators can resolve any contractual dispute arising out of the performance of this agreement, so that's never a problem. Number 4, this is D, the composition of the arbitral panel was not in accordance with the agreement. Don't think that probably ever occurs. Number 5, the award is not yet binding. Number 6, this is under 2A. The subject matter that we arbitrated shouldn't be arbitrated. It's just not appropriate for arbitration, but that's what arbitration is supposed to do, right? Number 5, the recognition of the award would be contrary to U.S. public policy. Do we have a public policy in America that we don't wish to help people enforce awards for breach of contract? Absolutely not. So those are your, 7 bases that I could use to argue to this court in Texas that is being asked to enforce an arbitration award from Paris, France. Does it look like I'm going to be able to resist enforcement of this? Answer no. Did you notice? What may the court in the United States not inquire with respect to? Is there anything in those 7 that says the court in the enforcing country can examine whether the arbitration panel knew what the hell it was doing? Can you appeal on the basis that they didn't even apply the law correctly? Can you appeal on the basis that they thoroughly misunderstood the facts of the case? By the way, aren't those things we appeal in traditional U.S. courts? But none of those is available. You go to arbitration, it's faster, it's cheaper, it's internationally enforceable to a degree beyond which traditional judgments are. But if you lose, Graham, I think the letters are SOL, because there is no effective mechanism to resist its enforcement. But I do understand 80% of all international disputes go to arbitration, and 80% of those go to Paris, France. So at least we have our mechanism for resolving disputes. All right, one other thing about arbitration. Remember I said, Graham, that we could do it as simply as this. We could put in paragraph number 46, the parties agree that all disputes arising under this contract shall go to arbitration and be heard by the International Chamber of Commerce in Paris, France. If we did it that way, then whose procedure are we going to use? Chamber of Commerce in Paris, France. Whose arbitrators are we going to use in all likelihood? Those on their short list, whoever those might be. And by the way, are we also going to have to pay the arbitrators, and are we going to have to pay the International Chamber of Commerce in Paris, France? Yes. Is that a small sum of money or a significant sum of money? It is a significant sum of money. Could you do international arbitration and take the International Chamber of Commerce out of the mix entirely? Could we create our own procedures, our own structures? Yeah, we could. All right, Graham, you ready to do this? I'm going to negotiate this with you. All right, we're going to bypass the International Chamber of Commerce, but we're going to go to arbitration. So my first question is, how many arbitrators should we, and we're going to have to put this all in the contract. How many arbitrators should we have? How about 2? Would that be good? Or should we have an odd number?
Odd number.
Odd number. Okay. Tell you what, Graham. We're going to have 1 arbitrator, and that person will be appointed by me.
Unacceptable.
Acceptable, unacceptable?
Unacceptable.
Unacceptable. All right, so what's your proposition?
I say we have 5 subject matter experts.
All right, so, and how do these 5 get appointed to do this job? Let's make it 3. I mean, we're going to have to pay these people. Let's have 3. So I get to do 2 and you get to do 1.
No, I don't like that.
Okay, all right. So how do we get beyond this? How about this? You appoint 1, I appoint 1, and obviously they can't be people inside either organization. And those 2 individuals appoint a 3rd. How about that? Can we do that? Would you agree to that?
I like that.
Trust me, I've negotiated a half dozen times. It always works. All right. So, are we going to have our own procedures? Yeah, we're going to have to indicate what the procedures are. How about we're going to have lawyers present? Or are we going to bar lawyers from the process?
Let's include them.
Let's include them. Okay, well, you've just ratcheted up the cost, but I guess I'm okay with that. But 1 lawyer per. And how long do you have, if you're the party bringing the action, how long do you have to put on your case? Should you be able to do it in 4 hours?
Should be able to.
Okay? And I'll take 4 hours for my case, right? With lawyers present, you're going to make your witnesses available and vice versa. And by the way, where are we going to do this arbitration? Texas? Korea? Zimbabwe? Can we do it anywhere we wish in the world? Get a hotel, get a conference room, and go.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to have to pay for the arbitrators to get there. How about New York City? You comfortable with that?
Prefer Geneva, Switzerland.
All right, we'll do it in Geneva, Switzerland. That's all right. It's kind of French speaking, so you probably prefer that. So we do it in Geneva, Switzerland. You got 4 hours on Monday or whatever the day of the week is. I've got 4 hours in the afternoon. And the arbitrators have how long to decide the case?
1 week.
1 week. Can we do that legally? Can we literally create? It's like creating your own court. Can you do that? Yes, we can. So it gets heard in Geneva, Switzerland. And I lost $1.5 million. Right? Now I'm going off to my lawyer and I'm asking the lawyer, hey lawyer, We lost this thing. You were there. Thanks a lot. But surely we can appeal this once they bring that arbitration award over to the United States. Surely we're not going to have to pay this, right? Right, Jason?
I think they would.
Yeah, I think they would, because you're going to get one bite out of the apple. There's going to be no appeal. There's not going to be any review. There's going to be no assurance that that anything was done correctly, unless I can prove that you were grabbing the arbitrators. So, yes, is it? I think the only method to resolve disputes internationally, of course, but you've got to go in heads up, knowing what the risks are. All right. Tell you what, we're going to take. You want to take lunch now? You want to take I got to have a break. You want to take a 10-minute break and come back for 30, and then. What do you think?
It's up to the class.
You want to do lunch early? How many want to do lunch early? We'll make the one time we'll do it. And even once you get through the litigation process, you have virtually no assurance that your judgment will be collectible internationally by virtue of the total absence of any treaty that provides for the international enforcement of judgments. We've learned there is this thing called arbitration that at the other extreme virtually guarantees that your judgment will be collectible. We have learned further that this international convention at least guarantees in all the signatory states that no one will be allowed to circumvent arbitration, and that each of those court systems will assist the winning party in its collection. All right, so that's pretty useful stuff. So, Graham, what was it that we were buying and selling?
It was razors. Or no, razors.
Cigarette
letters.
Doesn't matter. All right. So again, we've figured out the dispute resolution piece of the puzzle.
Right.
We've opted for arbitration. We're completely comfortable with that while realizing the risks that are associated with it. Now we need to turn to a different question, and that is, whose law are we going to use? I mean, are we going to use French contract law? I mean, these arbitrators have to have some legal framework within which to make their decision. We're going to use French contract law, which I'm not totally on board with because I don't know what the hell French contract law looks like. I'm very comfortable with Texas contract law, and you would be too? No. As a Frenchman? No, you're not going to be comfortable with that either. Or, when you do business internationally, is there some, as if by magic, some international treaty that provides the legal framework for resolving? I mean, is there an international contract law? That's my question. Is there an international contract law that automatically layers itself on top of all international transactions? Well, I'm sorry? I think we want there to be. Yeah, I think it would be quite useful. All right. So I want you to find in your readings. Where am I reading? Oh, you know what? You don't have it. So let's pass these out. You don't have it, you're about to have it. All right, how did I do in terms of the number of copies? Okay, what are you looking at? What are you looking at, Andrew?
International sale of goods.
United Nations Convention on Contracts for the International Sale of Goods. So that tells us what right away? This is only going to be applicable to what transactions?
Business transactions.
Business transactions that involve the sale of goods, which would exclude, it would seem, services. So it is not, well then, what if our contract involves services and not goods? Then what law do we use, Andrew?
I was about to say, there's probably a services contract that.
Well, or a services treaty?
Yeah.
The answer is there is not a services treaty.
You probably use the actual nation that you're operating in.
All right, so again, we've got a German company and a US company. You know, we're entering into an agreement with SAP, which I believe is headquartered in Germany. So whose contract law is going to resolve that dispute?
Probably have to say in the contract.
I'm sorry? Oh, could you, remember, did we find that it was legal to put either an arbitration clause or what we call a choice of forum clause if you're going to do traditional litigation? Can you put that in the contract? Yes. Could you also, and do you frequently see in contracts, that the parties not only seek or agree upon the forum? We're going to have traditional litigation in Dallas or in Paris. We're going to have arbitration conducted by the ICC. Could you also put in that same agreement what we call a choice of law clause? We're going to hear the disputes in Dallas, and that court is going to use. So my question is there an international treaty regulating services? No. What does that mean? That means that the applicable law is going to be one of two things. Either what the parties agree upon. You're going to argue, Andrew, for the application of German contract law. I'm going to argue for the application of U.S. law that's applied to that. Somebody's going to have to win that argument. If nobody wins that argument, what are we going to not likely put in the contract? A choice of law clause. So what do we do if we don't agree? So we did something really strange. I actually agreed that all lawsuits would be heard in German. Okay? I was comfortable with that because I'm generally familiar with the integrity of their legal system. But we didn't put a choice of law clause. My question is this. When you give a court system, Germany, America, wherever in the world, when you give a court system the jurisdiction to hear the case, which we did, right, through this, what we call the choice forum clause or forum selection clause, does that court always use its own law?
I think in general it would.
You would think so, because, I mean, a German judge is not likely to be familiar with the common law of the United States, but the answer to that question is, if you do not put a choice of law clause in your agreement, by the way, if you do, the good news is it's legal in every country that I've ever researched, but if you fail to put a choice of law clause in there, I want you to know that a court does not necessarily apply its own law. Now, by the way, what I'm about to talk about are the choice of law rules that exist in America. Would we have any confidence that the choice of law rules that exist in other countries are going to be identical to the ones in America because everybody follows our lead? No. But I can only talk about that which I'm most comfortable with. In America, a court, once it acquires jurisdiction, applies the law of the state or of the country that has the closest connection to the lawsuit. In America, if the parties do not choose the law to be applied to the agreement, the law that gets applied is the law of the state or of the country that has the closest connection to the lawsuit. So I used this example in class. You could literally have a case filed in Dallas County, Texas, and by virtue of the fact that the center of gravity of the lawsuit is really over in Germany, where most of the work was done, you could literally have a case where a judge trained at Baylor University 30 years ago, doesn't know anything about German law, is going to be compelled to apply the contract law of the country of Germany. It happens. So, number one goal is, let's put it in the contract. Let's come to an agreement, because that's going to be uncomfortable. But that can happen. By the way, what does a judge do in that case? Reads. Reads. I hope he speaks German. I mean, no, what happened in the actual case I'm thinking of, literally the parties had to pay for the judge to fly over from some big-time law program in Germany, flew a faculty member over to testify and educate the judge in terms of the substance of German contract law. That is not a good option. But if you don't put it in your contract, that's going to be the option you're faced with if you're talking about an international sale of services. Now, let's forget that. We're not dealing in services. We're dealing with goods. Now, what is the law that is applicable?
This one.
This one. Let's take a look at it. All right. Well, Article 1. I need Chris, what transactions does this convention, which, by the way, it has been signed by 76 countries. The answer is China, yes. India, no, has not signed. Just checked it this morning. Dominican Republic, yes. U.S., yes. UK, no. Most of the countries of Europe, yes. Most of the other countries in Asia, other than, well, Japan just signed it. So the answer is this is not as widely subscribed as the arbitration treaty. But, by the way, is this something you probably need to ask the lawyer about? Hey, what's the law that's applicable to this transaction? The answer is, well, Chris, you're going to tell us. This convention applies when?
When the states are contracting states.
All right, well, let's go through it word by word. First of all, the transaction must involve a sale of?
Goods.
Goods, all right, that's number one requirement. And the contract must be between parties who are, or who's what?
Operating in places or different states.
Now, is that talking about Oklahoma and Texas states? Or nation states?
Nations.
Those are nation states, all right? So you gotta have a sale of a good, and the two parties must have their businesses in two different nation states, and what? And I'm looking at A. We'll deal with B in a moment.
So the states are contracting states.
And both of those states must be contracting states. That is dominantly the transaction to which this convention applies. It is a sale of a good. The parties live in two different nation states, the companies, and both of those nation states are among the 76 signatories to what is called, this is, by the way, popularly called the Vienna Convention, because it was originally negotiated there. All right. So I want to talk about the Asante case. The Asante case. Again, since you're not in my class, I don't know the level of preparedness. I think Peter did a pretty good job. I don't think that was 30,000 feet. That felt more like 8,000 or 10,000. Maybe even not quite that high. Would somebody like to do as Peter did and volunteer to tell me what happened in this case involving integrated circuits and network routers, if in fact anyone read it? Looks like Catholic church that I go to. All heads are bowed. Oh, I'm sorry. Melody.
Okay, so this company, trying to
Yeah, I know. It's hard to keep the
go
parties
back over
straight.
my notes here. They were located, or part of their company was in Canada.
All right. Yeah, probably we have the wrong picture.
Yeah.
So we've got, and by the way, is this the manufacturer that seems to be dominantly located in Canada? I think it's PMC. We've got a Canadian company by the name of PMC that is located in British Columbia.
They have a part of their corporation in Delaware.
Well, actually, this Canadian company, when it incorporated, as many companies do, opted to be incorporated in Delaware, but it's apparent that the principal place of business of this manufacturing concern is in Canada, all right? And where was our purchaser? This was Asante. Where were they located?
The plaintiff is in Delaware.
All right. Asante, interestingly, was also incorporated in Delaware, but Asante had its principal offices
in California.
In California. All right. So, any other wrinkles?
The defendant also has the engineers that design the products out of Oregon.
All right. It has some employees in Oregon. All right. And also it worked through at least partially a distributor that was somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. So what is the issue in this case, Melody?
Well, it's determining the place of business where the court has jurisdiction.
And is it relevant? Is it who has jurisdiction, or whether this treaty, this convention that we've called the Vienna Convention, whether it's applicable to this transaction? First of all, are the parties buying and selling goods?
Yes.
Yes, no question. So go back to Article 1 in the document that I just handed out. So we're under Article 1. Article 1 tells us the convention to which the treaty applies. We do satisfy number 1, sale of goods. And then what was the second requirement? Between parties whose?
Business are in different states.
As in nation states as opposed to U.S. states. Is that kind of the issue in this case? Because you've got a Canadian company that maybe has some engineering work that gets done in the United States. So in other words, does this case kind of ask the question, where are the parties' places of business? And they need, for this convention to apply, that needs to be in 2 different nation states. All right, turn if you would in that same document to Article 10. Turn if you would to Article 10. It's at the bottom of the next page, Melody. Please read that for us.
If a party has more than one place of business, the place of business is that which has the closest relationship to the contract and its performance, having regard to the circumstances known to or contemplated by the parties at any time.
So, remembering for the conventional apply, we have to have a sale of goods involving parties that reside in 2 different nation states. And where you have some ambiguity as to whether a company is dominantly a U.S. company or whether it's a Canadian company, we're going to look to see which of those 2 operations had the closest connection to the underlying lawsuit and the issues being litigated. So what did the court decide with respect to that? That this lawsuit really concerns only the work, or dominantly the work that occurred in Oregon, or actually most of the dispute centers around what was done in Canada or not done in Canada. The latter of those 2. So the answer is, under Article 10, the court made the determination that it was the Canadian office that had the closest connection to the dispute, and therefore, under Article 1, Melody, this convention does or does not apply. Therefore, Article 1, this convention does or does not apply. It does apply if we satisfy Article 1(1)(a). And that is, we've got a sale of goods between parties whose places of business are in 2 different nation states, and where both of those nation states are under Article 1(1)(a). So in other words, so the 3rd requirement for this convention to apply is both Canada and the United States would both have to be signatories. And if all of those things are true, then what is the applicable law that applies to their transaction? It is the convention. Does that make sense? By the way, if this ever comes up in your work life, trust me, there's not one lawyer in Dallas or Fort Worth, Texas, there's not one lawyer in 10 that even knows there is such a convention. And it's going to apply to, I don't know, 80% of all international sales of goods, and they don't even know that there is some law out there that's applicable. And by the way, it's fundamentally different than the law that exists on those same subjects in the United States. So, convention applies sales of goods, parties in 2 different states, where both parties are contracting states. We're not going to deal with B. All right, next question. Does anybody know, do you remember what was, these parties executed a single written contract, or is it so characteristic in business, did one send a purchase order, probably a Sante, and then the other party sent its invoice when the goods were shipped?
I remember they sent purchase orders.
Yeah, there was an exchange of documents. And invariably, what would you find on the back of these 2 documents? One a purchase order, one an invoice. What are you going to find on the back of those documents? What do you see in your own work? Is it got terms and conditions on the back of those documents? And the purchase order said what? Did the purchase order try to choose the law that is applicable to the transaction? It did. On the back of the purchase order it said that any dispute that arises out of this contract, the court is going to use California contract law. And then what did the Canadian invoice say? In any dispute, you're going to use Canadian and or British Columbian provincial law. So then the question would be, well, which of those forms takes precedence? Well, the answer is, if we had the time to do so, this convention would tell us the answer to that question. But we're not going to go that far, because the answer is those 2 terms in the contract ultimately do not matter. Does anybody know why? One document said we're going to use California law. The other document said we're going to use Canadian law. The court basically eventually held, it doesn't matter. At least the way you phrase those clauses. Why does it not matter?
Because they have to go by the convention law?
Well, is Canada at least arguably a part of the United States? Yes, say yes, it is. It's a little different, but it is a part of the United States. So does it operate under the U.S. Constitution, whatever it may think? The answer is yes. And under the U.S. Constitution, are all treaties and conventions that are adopted, by the way, treaties and conventions in America can be adopted, I'm sorry?
Did
What
you
is
mean
it?
to say Canada as
No,
part
I'm
of the
sorry.
United States?
No, I'm sorry. Meant to say California. All right. No, Canada is not part of the United States. So, is California part of the United States? Yes. Under the Constitution, are treaties created at the federal level in America? Or at the state level? Yeah, we're not that arrogant. Are treaties created at the federal level in America? Yes, they are. And do treaties take precedence over state law? Yes. So California would, so in other words, with respect to any international sale of goods between companies that reside in two different contracting states, what is the law in California? Is it California's own contract law? No, because it's a part of the Republic. California law is this convention. So when they put in the purchase order, we're going to use California law, well, the answer is that's like selecting the convention because it is applicable. Likewise in Canada, which is not a part of the United States. What is the law in Canada? It is the treaty if under Article 1 it applies. So the answer is both parties, even though they seem to have had inconsistent terms in those two documents, actually agreed on the application of this treaty. All right? So let me ask you a question. If you actually get a knowledgeable lawyer who knows something about this convention, Graham, could we opt out of this convention if we don't like the terms? Because I got to tell you, this convention is going to be far different than the law that exists in the United States. It's going to be different from our Uniform Commercial Code that regulates all sales of goods. So could you actually exclude the application of this treaty? Well, go to Article 6, which is at the top of the second page. Go to Article 6. What does it say, Grant?
Parties may exclude the application of this convention or, subject to Article 12, derogate from or vary the effect of any of its provisions.
So if we don't like this treaty and the substantive law of contracts and the rules that are created in this treaty, we could actually opt out of this convention. So how would we draft that term in that purchase order to opt out of the convention? I mean, the way they drafted it, it said in the purchase order that we're going to use California law to resolve the disputes. The problem is California law is the convention. So, Andrew, what would you do? How would you draft that?
Wouldn't you almost have to draft something completely different from Canadian or California statutes and
Well,
make your own?
the answer is it's simple. It's simpler than that. You could actually say, in resolving the disputes that may arise under this contract, we will use California's version of Article 2 of the Uniform Commercial Code, which you don't have to know this, regulates sales of goods in the state of California. Then would the parties have successfully opted out of the convention? Yes, because it specifically referred to the application of California state law. Or if you had said, we're going to use not the convention, we're going to use the provincial contract law that exists and exclude the convention specifically, that would have been successful. Now, by the way, do you need to work these things out ahead of time? Or do you just send somebody a purchase order and kind of blindly hope that your terms are going to be controlling? Is that going to work? No. It's not going to work. You're going to have to do this on the front end. What else? So what are you going to have to do on the front end before this big contract gets executed? You're going to have to talk to a lawyer about how you're going to resolve disputes. If you're going to opt for traditional litigation, are we going to have a choice of forum clause? Where that lawsuit is going to be held? Whose law is going to be applicable to it? Should we consider arbitration? If we consider arbitration, who are we going to appoint to do the arbitration? Is there a mechanism to bypass these arbitration authorities like the one that I mentioned in Paris, France? You're going to have to do this on the front end. Yes, will you? Probably not. What are you going to do? You're going to just send somebody a purchase order. That's what you're going to do. But maybe after today, that won't be what you do. All right, I'm stopping here, Nancy. We could have spent...
To meet all of you, I teach in the supply chain program. So you won't be surprised to see that many of the comments I will make to you relate to supply chain, but I'd like to make this a little longer and talk about how all the pieces we heard this morning And what we're gonna talk about this afternoon fits into this managing business globally. So let me just ask you guys a question. That's nice, we're going to a different country, and we're going to study international business, right? Isn't that what we're generally gonna do? What the heck does that mean anyway, international business? What have we been talking about? What does that mean? What does it mean to you if you said, I want to go out and get, I want a job in international business? What does that mean?
Not much.
Not much?
Well, it can be so many things. It can be so many things. That's what
Okay, it can be so many things. For example, what could it be?
Cultures.
Okay, don't get right down to what my job might be, but in a company, what are the things, if you say I want to do business globally, what might it mean?
I mean that you're just doing business at one country that you're not from.
Okay, so I want to go do business in India, right? That's one way you might think about doing business. What else?
Can't see that.
Say again?
That's a little light.
Can't see that.
Yeah.
Let's try this. Can you see that?
Yes.
All right. I want to do business in India. So give me an example of a business I might do in India.
Outsource a call center.
Oh, outsource a call center. That's a good one. All right.
Manufacturing.
What else?
Manufacturing widgets.
I might want to manufacture widgets. Okay.
Might want to sell sprockets.
I've cornered the widget market.
I might want to sell sprockets in India, you mean?
Yes.
All right.
Real estate development.
What now?
Real estate development.
Real estate development in India. All right, now I'm going to assume I'm a U.S. firm for just a minute. So if I just go to India and just get into the country of India, I'm good. I can just go outsource a call center and be successful. Right in India.
You gotta establish the relationship.
Call center for what?
Software.
For software. For what customers?
People who use software.
Texas where
All over the world? Okay, so I want support for software all over the world. Okay? By the way, when I worldwide, that's WW. Not www, just WW. So when let's assume I'm a U.S. company, and I'm outsourcing a call center. What am I actually doing in terms of a buy and sell transaction? Any thoughts?
Yeah, well, we're just putting out,
What now?
just putting out
Oh, no? Right there?
bottom.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No. Okay, what I'm having to do. So essentially what I'm doing, by the way, I'm outsourcing, I'm offshoring, and I'm actually importing a service. Am I not? I'm buying from another country a service called a cross-border trade. Now, I'm going to do support for software people all over the world. I've got a few other things to worry about besides that cross-border transaction. Any thoughts about what they might be? Language barriers. Okay, anything else?
Cultural barriers.
Yeah, cultural barriers, right? So again, let's go think about the day we've spent, right? Now I gotta go deal with a call center and I've got things like language, cultural barriers, legal barriers. I gotta put in place a contract, do I not? So all the things Rob talked about, I have to worry about, right? Plus I have to worry about any other rules and regulations governing cross-border trade. Now what if I'm going and setting up a manufacturing center? What do I have to worry about now? What am I gonna do with widgets? Any ideas? Who's making widgets?
You have to worry about exporting.
Say again?
You have to worry about getting them out, so exporting them or selling them.
Well, if I'm making those widgets to use in the US, I've gotta worry about getting them out of India and what kind of rules govern that, right? I've gotta worry about importing them into the US and what kind of rules govern that.
How are you gonna get the material needed to make your widgets?
How am I gonna get the material needed to make the widgets and where, right? Now let's think about something that Rob talked about. Remember those regional trade agreements?
Tariffs?
Yeah, tariffs, right? What are the tariffs to bring them into the US? And oh, by the way, what if what I really wanna do is bring widgets into Mexico, put them together with gadgets and gadgets, and bring sprockets into the US under NAFTA? Now what I need to worry about? Think about what Rob talked about. Under NAFTA, I want to bring them in and get favorable treatment on my tariffs or zero tariffs. What do I need to do?
Local content?
Local content. I don't know if I configure my supply chain. Now I've got cross-border stuff. I've got free trade agreement stuff I've got to worry about. How am I going to configure my supply chain? And oh, by the way, when the group in India is manufacturing my widgets, what else do I need to worry about?
Labor laws.
Language, culture, what was that, BJ?
Labor laws.
Labor laws, right? Now, I do need to worry about the Indian legal system, because guess what? The laws Rob talked about will govern contracts between two countries or two nation states, as I said, but what about my labor pool in India? I better worry about Indian labor laws. What else?
Exchange.
Oh, it's exchange rate issues. Yeah. Now, it is true that probably everybody that worked for you might be willing to take US dollars. However, that's not going to float with the Indian government or the US government. So you're probably going to have to pay them in rupees, right? And then when I bring the stuff back to the US, I probably got to charge dollars. I don't have to worry about exchange rate issues. Still worried about cross-border trade. Now let's suppose that I'm going to take some of those widgets, put them together with gadgets and gadgets in India, and sell them in India as sprockets. Somebody wanted to sell sprockets in India. I don't care that. So what do I need to be worried about?
Demand for sprockets in India?
Demand for sprockets in India. And what are some of the things that might be different in India than in the US that I need to consider when I'm trying to forecast what my demand is? First of all, what the heck's a sprocket?
Economic conditions.
Economic conditions.
Amount of disposable capital per household.
Right.
Per
Economic conditions, which also will influence amount of disposable income per household. What's a sprocket anyway?
It's a plug for something else.
Say again?
It's a plug for something else.
It's a plug for something else. Well, let's assume a sprocket is something that goes into a high-end mountain bike. Now, how do you think my sales are going to be in India?
Low.
Yeah, probably got a few little problems there. Well, let's suppose a sprocket is something that goes into those little Suzuki motor scooters.
You got a higher market.
Maybe got a market there. So we're a little bit back to, I need to understand demand, and it will have to do with the economy, right? It will have to do with culture, in a sense. I mean, what's popular, what's not, it actually has a little bit to do with geography, I think. Whole lot of things are gonna influence demand. But that's particularly where we get into very different cultural tastes, very different norms and traditions, right? So if I'm gonna go in and figure out how to market sprockets or KFC, remember what Gary said? 50% of KFC revenues generated in China. And for those of you going to China, that may not be this group, huh? What you'll see right away is menu choices that are a better fit with the culture, right? Those of you from India, you all probably already heard me tell this story. I was so excited the day the first McDonald's opened in India. I'd been living there for about a year, and there wasn't much at that time. It was back in the 90s in the way of Western food. we are what we are, you know, we're, my tastes are very American. And I was so excited I was gonna go to McDonald's. An hour and a half I drove across Mumbai to get that first McDonald's hamburger. You know what's coming. I walked into the McDonald's, it's golden arches, I mean, it was really. And I walked in and the big sign on the counter, over the counter said, "No beef served here." But I could, however, get a Maharaja Mac. So I did, and I am sorry, my colleagues from India, but I'm not all that crazy about mutton, right? So it wasn't all that good. But, you know, pineapple pie was great, even though you don't see that in the U.S. You see apple pies in the U.S. Very, very different taste, and a lot of that depended on culture, religion, some of those institutions Gary talked about, right? So if you're going to sell there, you really need to pay attention to. This is one of your huge opportunities, by the way. Spend time out in shops. Okay, somebody suggested bars. That's okay too. Spend time out shopping, out in the shopping centers, looking at what are the differences in tastes? What are the similarities in tastes? And oh, by the way, what multinational products, and we're going to talk about multinational companies and the role they play, do you see there, and what differences do you see in how they tweak things, right? So go out and look around and start to get a good feel for marketing, for advertising, and how it might differ. I believe it was Gary this morning that talked about advertising in Taiwan, right? Half-naked women selling real estate. I guarantee you will not see that in India. Guarantee, totally different culture. And then real estate development in India. Okay, who was the wise guy that came up with that? So talk to me a little bit about what you need to be concerned about if you're developing real estate in India.
I would say credit is probably an issue.
Okay, wonderful. The economy, institutions, the banking, financial systems. What about a country where there's not a well-developed credit market? Suddenly I've got two issues. One is, how does one buy a house when you can't get credit? How does one buy a car? And there are many countries where it is a suitcase full of cash going to make the deal, still. By the way, what if I can't get credit history on my customers? That's pretty big. Well, how many have ever gotten a mortgage? Right? Paper and paper and paper, giving all your financial history and all your credit history and all those things. Because what happens when you loan money to people who can't pay it back? We have a lot of experience with this right now. Right? You're stuck. And by the way, it can tank the whole financial system eventually. But if you don't have credit, you have to think about how am I going to sell? At what price point can I sell? And how am I going to know if they're going to pay me back? And if I can't get good credit history, how am I going to take some steps to ensure I'll get paid? And that same thing would have to do with every other kind of business you want to do there. What else? Anything else, Ryan?
I would say just the regulations around the government's, land use restrictions.
The legal system and
Yeah.
the regulatory environment. Absolutely.
I'd say also relationships. You have to have probably somebody in country to deal with because somebody may not trust an outside dealer or vendor.
And then
No.
foreign ownership.
And Gary did a great job talking about this morning. Relationships are going to absolutely be critical. And some of it is for the very reason he said. Because if I don't have these other institutions, I need the relationships for trust. Some of it is because if I suddenly decide to do a real estate deal in India, about Rob talking about the legal system. How am I going to understand all that regulatory, right? I need to partner with the right person. How about the customer preferences and how to market and sell to them? What you'll find is, if you go back historically and look at multinational companies doing business in other countries, for decades it was all about bringing in the expat managers. What you'll find today is there may be one or two, but for one thing, they've gotten terribly expensive, and it's a competitive world out there. But for another thing, what they figured out is because of all these other things, they're far more successful if they can find a good local manager who understands these things and who understands how to work with the workforce from a cultural standpoint, right? And understands the requirements and understands what it takes to hire and retain people and understands the difference in leadership styles. So, think about all these things as you are visiting whatever country you're visiting, and find ways to ask good questions, to go out into the marketplace, and just to observe among the people you're dealing with what some of those differences are. And think about how what you see in one country might apply or not to another, because that's really the intent of this trip. I did focus most of what I wanted to talk to you about today on the global trading environment, but I wanted to set the stage first for, really there's not much here that doesn't end up being some kind of global trade, right? If you're a US-based company and you're doing business in India, in some way you're working across borders. You want to bring your money back? You got to think about how to do that. So can you help me by just making sure those get handed out to everybody? So you really need to think about some of the issues related to cross-border trade, no matter which business you are in. So let me just talk a little bit about the global trading environment. What I want to start with is sort of what's gone on over the last decade or so, what's going on today. Talk a little bit about the drivers and trends in global trade, and also some of the challenges that we see happening today. Then I want to touch on the government's role in global trade. Because if you think about a business doing business with another country, and then reflect on what Rob talked about, you are always governed by what's going on between those two countries. What is the relationship between the countries? What is the political and legal situation at the time? And then, of course, those bodies like the World Trade Organization and the International Chamber of Commerce and such. So we'll talk a little bit about the government role in global trade. And then we're going to break it down to the company perspective, right? I'm a company that wants to do business globally. I'm either importing, and I certainly have to worry about border security if I'm importing into the U.S. That would be my manufacturing widgets and bringing them to the U.S. I am exporting, right? If I go do a consulting project in India to build a real estate development, I am exporting a service. By the same token, if I'm Alcon and I'm making lenses for cataract surgery and exporting them to India, now I have to worry about export laws. As well as, turn that around, I'm also importing into India. One of the things, I've got about 3 of you in here that have heard this over and over again. But what's really different in the global trading environment is the complexity and diversity of the things you've got to think about and worry about. So now I have to worry about the laws importing into India, but guess what? What if I want to sell them in China? What if I want to sell them in the Dominican Republic? I've got to worry about a different set of importing laws and everything. Talk a little bit about exchange rate risk, which we alluded to here. You can't talk about global trade without talking a little bit about the global transportation system. I'm going to touch on Incoterms. This is one of those topics Rob often deals with because it doesn't relate to international law and international trading standards. But we chose to have me talk about Incoterms, and then I just want to put it all together. And here are the things you need to think about when you're managing a business globally. Is that good? Drivers of global trade. Well, Rob talked at length about the World Trade Organization. So the World Trade Organization, which was formerly GATT, came into being in 1995 and really expanded its role at that time beyond just dealing with reducing tariffs and eliminating quotas, and really began to also work on things like standardization. How can we standardize regulations? Because if I've got the same regs in India as the U.S., it makes it a whole lot easier to sell products and services across borders. So standardization of those kinds of things. Since 1995, there's been a 40% reduction in tariffs. The other things the World Trade Organization focuses on is things like protecting consumers. You'd be amazed how many little critters come into a country from another country just by virtue of, stuff in the pallets. If you're going to ship something internationally, typically you'll be required to do something like fumigate the wooden pallets you put your products on. Because nobody wants your garments, right, whatever it is that comes to their country. And then also things like preventing the spread of disease. The other major thing, or two things that have impacted global trade. This is nothing you don't know, but you may not have really stopped to think about it. And that is the speed of communications and the speed of transportation. There is absolutely nothing new about global trade. Think about this global trade. But it's grown dramatically because you can do it quicker and cheaper, and you can manage it because we can communicate. I'm looking around the room to see how many relate to how I think about communications. But when I was living in India in the mid-90s, I couldn't communicate via email. People didn't have cell phones. I had one that was about this big before I left, but people in India didn't. Right? I gave all the kids a fax machine. As long as the wires hadn't been cut that day because of the construction going on around me, I could send them a fax. But think about the speed of communications and technology just in the last 15 years. Huge issue with facilitating trade. Here's the other thing that, again, I believe Gary alluded to this morning. Why are people so focused on global trade? I know this is hard to see, but can you sort of figure it out? This is current and projected growth in GDP, right? This is worldwide. So you could just start across worldwide. What? Not quite 4% projected growth. In Europe, not quite 2%. In Japan, finally getting out of the doldrums a little bit, but not very high. And in the United States. But then as you look across, just look at projected growth rates in Brazil, Russia, Thailand, Indonesia, China, and India. I'm a company. I do want to worry about those profits that Gary talked about. Remember what he said, where do you earn higher profits?
Inefficient markets.
In inefficient markets, which means it's not quite as competitive, right? Things have not quite been commoditized the way they have in the US and Europe. And how do we want growth this? Yes?
You know how that graph compares with the rate of inflation that each of those areas is?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not. Does anybody have any sense of the, I know that, who was it that just made the move to curb inflation? Was that China?
China.
China did?
Yeah.
Certainly something they're worried about. No, I do not know that. One of the things I do want to emphasize, even though we are not going to deal a lot with international or global marketing, one of the things that really drives a lot of global businesses today is access to those global markets, just as we just talked about, where's the growth, where are the profits. It is true that many companies have gone offshore because of lower costs. But today, when I go into China, and this is back to the question about inflation, what happens in any country as the economy develops? Labor rates go up, right? So eventually you have to move again. A lot of companies in those low-cost industries have actually moved out of China into Vietnam, Cambodia, other countries. A lot of people today going into China are going because they want access to that growing market, which may mean they still need to put a manufacturing facility there. And they still need to worry about all these other things, establish a footprint, understand the markets, source locally for those markets. Maybe a requirement of doing business. And it may be a requirement simply from a cost standpoint, but there also may be some government requirements around that. And the other piece of it, you know, besides just the sheer economic growth, is a lot of people attracted to that 1/3 of the world's population in China. It's one of the key reasons you hear so much about India and China. So you've talked to me about the offshoring of manufacturing and services, right? So that's a big part of this growth in global trade. And that, in large part, has been about lower cost. What are some of the other reasons one might offshore a call center or a technical support center to India, for example?
Time differences.
Time differences. Say more about that.
If you want to have a 24-hour support line, rather than paying people overtime in the U.S., you can simply move it to India, and you have people awake them.
Exactly. And what if I'm in the middle of a major software project and I'm very time constrained? Yeah, what if I could have people work on it here during the day, send it over to India to work on the night, and then have it shipped back? So I get more continuous coverage. Anything else?
Expertise.
Expertise.
You might have better, I mean, let's talk about India and China. There's more gifted and talented children in each one of those countries than there are children in the United States. So you could have specific talents that are...
Exactly. I might be able to access, you know, maybe I have more available, skilled workforce in one country than in another. And with that mobility from a communication standpoint, it's pretty easy today to offshore that. And as I mentioned, a lot of that's moving beyond China and India for a variety of reasons. And it sort of comes back to some of our other issues here. If I'm outsourcing support for, I don't know, let's say Germany and Austria and Belgium and France, would I necessarily go to India to offshore my support services? Would that be my first choice? Anybody? Do you think?
No.
Don't know? Don't care?
It's not close.
Well, it's not close, but India's not all that close to the U.S. if it's offshoring support services. But think about language, think about culture.
You go to Poland or...
Yeah, why don't I just go to Eastern Europe?
Yeah.
It might be Poland, it might be Romania, it might be Bulgaria, it might be Hungary. But I've got that cultural linkage and I've got some language skills probably in place. I know when we visited, I'm going to ask Mark to help me remember the answer, but we visited a call center in Bangalore, and they had just opened a new call center, I want to say in Bulgaria.
Mm-hmm.
Because they said Bulgaria tended to be a country with a lot of variety of language skills that could serve that European market.
So that's why SAP opened their European service center in Czech Republic, because the language skills are so varied there.
Yeah, and a better mix for that particular population. One of the reasons India became such a source for us is all those English speakers. Okay, now here's the other thing that it sometimes becomes less important, but you can't ignore it. And this is a comparison of manufacturing wages along with other benefits. And so at the top, I apologize, it's a little hard to say. At the top, you have the Philippines, Brazil, Czech, New Zealand, Japan. And I don't even have, I might live with this chart to give you some room. I don't even have one here, China and India, and they would be comparatively lower. But here's the real story. The US, the UK, Switzerland, Germany, Norway. How do you compete with the manufacturing wages you might pay in one of the countries that's less than $1 an hour? If you can get the skilled labor, if you can manage it successfully. So it does still continue to be one of the draws, but it will shift over time. The textile industry tends to be one of the first that gets moved. It's very labor intensive. It's not high skill, so you can go develop a local workforce. It will be the first to move when labor rates start to go up. So think about this for a minute the next time somebody yells about the obscenities of offshoring. Okay, I'm showing my true colors here. But think about this for a minute. That same debate went on back in the late 1800s, I want to say, early 1900s, when that entire textile industry picked itself up and moved from the northeast, Massachusetts and such, to the southeast, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia. It's since moved offshore, and it's already moved from some of those quickly developing countries to much lower cost countries. Okay. So, some of the drivers for global trade, and any decision you make is going to be impacted by all of this. So one of the things I want to leave you with is it's never one thing, and you need to really do a total cost analysis when you start making a decision about where you're going to do business. So let's talk about some of the trends that have resulted from these drivers. I don't know, just gotta love this. Again, hard to read, but remember what we talked about? The World Trade Organization came into effect in 1995, right? By the way, for those of you who know a lot about global trade in the railroad business, for example, containerization came into being about, well, it actually started in the late 50s, but it really grew to be a viable transport system in sort of the early 70s, right? What happened in 2000, 2001 timeframe that might have impacted this chart? Say again? The recession?
What about web?
Online.
Yeah, it sort of actually flattened things.
Y2K.
Say again?
I was just gonna say increase in online activity.
Well, you know, and I have to look at this. I'm going to assume this is goods and services, because a lot of the offshoring of services started to take off here.
Was it the rise of China's growth when it really started around 2000?
Yeah, China came into the World Trade Organization in 2001.
Okay.
Right? So you could see an impact here. Now, there are a lot of people who would argue with you that the trade was already going on, it was just with other countries. But I think you probably do see some of China's rise here.
Was it the internet bubble burst happened in 2000?
Well, yes, and think about this. Anybody remember the whole Y2K here? Right? Home guns, skies falling. We're going to turn over to the year 2000, and all the computers in the world are going to crash. And that's when that offshoring of services and that whole thing. And for those of you who read the Morgan Splat, yeah, that's when the whole internet connectivity around the world got started. So I thought that was sort of interesting. And of course, you can see that we've had a pretty significant drop in 2008, and I've got some later numbers of it later. This is trends in U.S. trade. And again, you can see what's happened as a result of the economic downturn. That's 2009 as far as these numbers go. But what else do you notice right away about this particular chart? So I'm sorry, I know you guys can't see this.
We import a lot more than
Yeah. Yeah, so now you can clearly see that imbalance of trade that we continue to talk about here in the U.S. But you do get the feel for the growth in global trade that has occurred just in the last several decades. Now, just a little bit more background about myself. I spent most of my career in industry, predominantly with the DuPont Company, a large global company. I then spent several years in India with an Indian company that is in a similar industry, but was focused in India. But a great deal of the global trading environment really is driven by a multinational company. And I presume that you will see some, if not a number of multinational companies on your trip. But just think about this. 51 of the 100 largest economies in the world are corporations. I read before one of our India trips, it just fascinated me that if Walmart was a country, they would be China's 5th largest trading partner. Huge. So when it comes to the environment of global trade, multinational companies have a huge influence. And they account for about 70% of worldwide trade. Now, a lot of that takes place internally. They're trading with their subsidiary in another country. They're still bound by all those cross-border trade agreements. They don't quite have the same contractual issues, but they have to be very careful about things like transfer pricing right? Because they still have to satisfy legal requirements. And this is just, there are a number of organizations out there who keep a watch on these large global companies, because what would you naturally expect the concern to be? Say again? Well, too much influence.
Right.
Yeah, too much influence. By the way, are they out there using child labor and, taking advantage of these emerging economies and other things? But I found one of these stats on one of those sites. 200 of the 200 largest multinational companies are responsible for 28% of global trade, but 1% of global employment. So I thought that was some interesting as well. So you have to think about the multinational company. And again, I encourage you, look when you go into countries and look at markets, look at the local products, and look at the products that are being sold by the multinational companies you're familiar with, and see how they're competing. It's a real challenge. And some of them are not very good at it, some of them are really good at it. So take a look when you're out in those countries. So, global trade, other than the economy tank, we don't see any challenges, right? This is sort of a hockey stick thing. Global trade is going to continue to grow. Yes, no? What else might be a problem in global trade?
Well, like you said earlier, the labor is going to get less cheap, more expensive.
Yeah, if you're just going for low-cost labor, eventually that advantage is going to erode, so you better be figuring out your other advantages. Say again?
I was just going to say, kind of from the articles that we're reading on the capacity to be able to trade between those countries.
Yeah, as one of the things that happened is, you're talking about the global transport system. One of the things that happened as this run-up in global trade took place is all those old traditional standard trading routes. By the way, you don't build new ports readily. We haven't done so well at building new highways, and so you ended up with a lot of capacity constraints. Now, what does that do to your global trading, your global supply chain that might impact the efficacy of it?
Capacity issues, you're definitely going to decrease your use of your assets because you will move. So it will definitely decrease.
So if you're BNSF, now your assets are, and they've had some practice in having assets sitting somewhere for 2 weeks that they can hardly move. Your business model is impacted because you're not using your assets very effectively. And therefore, you're either losing money or you're raising your prices to make up for it. What else are you doing to your global supply chain? And by the way, the same is going to happen in ocean shipping. Capacity gets tight, prices are going to go up, just like it's supply and demand, just like any other business in the world. So prices are going to go up, which is going to mean what?
Goods will cost more.
Goods will cost more, or else you're going to lose money, right? So as those costs go up, you've got to really rethink. Do I really want to ship it from China? Do I want to get to Central America? What do I want to do? Rethink the supply chain. What else does sitting on BNSF's railroad for 2 weeks do to my supply chain?
Market availability.
Yeah. Whoa. Christmas is coming up, and the stores want the toys on the shelves, and my stuff's sitting in Arizona on a railroad trip. So I've suddenly got lead time issues, which means my inventories are going up, which means my costs are going up, and my availability to my customers is being impacted, so now I've got other problems. So yes, capacity constraints will be an issue. The economic downturn you guys have already called, and I just put this in to make the point that's a big worldwide issue. What else has happened as a result of that? What happens when your economy gets bad? We hear it in the press every day. Stop shipping jobs offshore, right? So protectionism is a real bit of it's a real, what's the word I'm looking for? Somebody help me here.
Buzzkill.
I'll go with that. Yeah, it's a real threat to global trade today. Now, I want to come back to, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but I want to come back to something Rob said. remember when he talked about settling disputes through the dispute settlement body in the World Trade Organization? And what he said is, he goes, all of these things, we actually looked at it in my class, and I don't know, we found stuff sitting out in that dispute resolution body for anybody remember how long? Like since 1992 or something, we had some things still sitting out there waiting to be resolved. But once you get it resolved through there, in other words, there's a ruling, right? Then you've got 31 days, right, before you can retaliate. Remember they said that this morning, before you can retaliate. Well, if you really are interested in the banana wars, right? Chiquita Banana and the Banana Wars, go out and read the case that we'll read in my class. But what happens when you retaliate? Here's what happened. In that particular case, the argument was that the European Union was unfairly applying tariffs and or quotas to certain markets or certain sources of bananas versus others. And they actually did take it to the World Trade Organization. But it ended up with retaliatory measures being taken by the U.S. Now, what does that mean? Oh, I know what. We're not happy about what they're doing with bananas, so now we're going to retaliate and put tariffs on steel, dolls, ink pens. So I'm a business out in the middle of Arkansas making, importing dolls, and suddenly I can't get them without this high tariff on there. And things tend to escalate. My whole point to you here is protectionism and retaliation doesn't do anything to nurture the growth of the economic system. In fact, it does just the opposite. So it's not necessarily a good thing, but it will tend to dampen the global trade. The other pieces are that the whole concern about not just jobs, but human rights and the environment. A lot of fuel use shipping between China and the U.S., for example. Fuel prices. What's happened to fuel prices over the last decade? Right? When fuel prices go up, it's just like those capacity constraints. The cost of everything I ship into this country, China, goes up. And I begin to think about, maybe I should bring it back to a real issue with global trade. Capacity we talked about. Credit disruptions. Anybody been watching the news about UPS and FedEx over the last couple of days? Anybody? What's been happening?
There were some unidentified packages that wound up coming out of Yemen and a couple other places that were gone from the U.S. I think one turned out to be a modified print cartridge.
With some kind of explosives.
Yeah. There were like syringes and stuff filled with unidentified substances. And they basically had to shut down international shipments. And they shut down Manhattan for a little bit. Scrambled fuckers around JFK.
Exactly. And in addition to all of the general security concerns we have over, and all the political concerns we have over that, if I'm a business and I'm relying on stuff coming in to the U.S. from other countries, and I've got to go through Yemen or whatever it might be, I'm suddenly really worried about the continuity of this supply chain. And trust me on this, FedEx and UPS will be dramatically impacted by that. And every other supply chain, because now we're going to have extra security measures and requirements, and it's going to put time and money into the system.
Yeah, but if you want to bring it closer to home, how good do you feel about putting a plant down in Mexico now?
Yeah. It's really interesting. We had, how many of you were at our supply chain breakfast a few weeks ago where we had a counterterrorism agent talking about Mexico and the circumstances there? And what he basically said is the companies he's working with are figuring out their plans to get out of Mexico because of the unrest related to the drug cartels that are essentially importing everything. But it's the same issue. It's still the threat of disruption, right? And so now I've got to think about, maybe I bring it back to the U.S. or is it another country, in Central America or wherever it is. So it's, good point. It's very country specific as well. In fact, this gentleman was here because he's now in the business of consulting. and he consults with most of those major five, multinational companies about how to assess the threats in each country around the world and figure out their strategy. But this is huge when you're trying to figure out how you want to manage your business globally. We've talked about rising prices. So again, a little bit of a damper on some of what we saw before. And then protection of intellectual property. And I'm trying to remember, Rob or Gary talked about that this morning. The importance of that creativity and the discussions with other countries about how we're going to protect intellectual property. And some of what you might have to think about if you're doing business globally. If I'm making widgets in India and I'm really concerned with the intellectual property of my widgets, sounds a little bit like an oxymoron, but okay. Then I want to think about how I configure the work associated with making that widget. Let me give you an example. When you talk to Nokia about their factories in China, what they will say is we do everything here except the software. And we do that the last minute we load it back in the country when we're going to sell it. We divide the work so that no one person knows all the steps, which is another company. But we divide the work so that no one person can put together all the steps, because if they know all the steps and get hired away by my competitors for 30 cents an hour or 10 cents an hour more, then I can lose that intellectual property. So you have to do things and take steps in your supply chain and how you manage things to protect the intellectual property. You're smiling, what was that about?
The nooks and crannies argument that was happening in the U.S. about the English muffins, that one company had like proprietary knowledge about how to make an English muffin a certain way, and there were like 6 people that knew the recipe, and 2 got hired away by another bakery, and it's a big lawsuit now whether they can actually work for a competitor because they know.
Right. And I'm really glad you brought this story out, because what do you notice right away about that story and versus the topic we're talking about? All these open-ended questions where nobody knows what to ask the question. What you notice right now is they will come from the U.S. So it's not that these things don't happen when you're doing business in the U.S., but you don't typically have this diversity of all these things to think about, right? You just need to think about them in a different way. Okay, so those are some of the challenges to global trade that might influence, maybe we don't continue with this hockey stick. By the same token, global trade is here to stay, and if you're going to be successful, then doing exactly what you're doing, trying to learn more about it, is absolutely essential. So let's talk about the government's role when they do have one to play. I tend to be quite a free trader, and that comes out as I'm told. The government does have a role to play. And a lot of that is from that safety, health, and security standpoint. In the U.S., it's the Department of Homeland Security that has responsibility for all the Customs and Border Protection. But then you've also got things like the USDA, the Federal Food and Drug Administration, DOD, and depending on what business you're in, what you can and cannot do globally may well be dictated by one of these, and what can be imported as well. The second part is there really is a role to play in protecting the domestic economy. You just have to be careful about only applying that where you need to apply it. But that's typically done in the form of duties and tariffs. I think it was Rob that talked about as you come into the World Trade Organization, one of the things that you are required to do is start to eliminate tariffs and quotas, or reduce tariffs and eliminate quotas. Right? Remember that? But what he said is, even under the umbrella of the World Trade Organization, you have some time to implement that reduction in tariffs to protect your local industries. Nobody expects a country, especially an emerging economy, to suddenly just open the doors and take all their domestic industries. So there are times and places when countries will have duties and tariffs in place and phase them out over time to protect those local industries and give them time to get competitive versus the companies coming in from the outside. Quotas we've talked about. This many can come in from the U.S. and that's it. That's a quota, right? And And by the way, when the ship shows up at the dock with just over this many, that's when it will be turned away. So a lot to manage when you're dealing with a quota system. There are other non-tariff barriers to trade. Give me some examples. What might they be? Anybody?
You can't maybe ship certain types of vegetables and things like that without, they don't allow, or certain products that aren't native to the US.
Well, yeah, you might have restrictions on certain things you can and cannot import and export. Or you might have certain standards. You know, maybe there's a standard that has been used in the U.S. related to electrical equipment. And as a country outside the U.S., you can't import products unless they meet those standards, unless they're certified by some association.
I'm thinking maybe in order to do business in a country, you need to have a company that's a percentage owned by a domestic person. So like venture capital in India, it has to be 51% owned by an Indian or Indian entity.
You'll certainly have restrictions to foreign direct investment and percent ownership. That will be, it'll obviously differ from country to country, and it will tend to be phased down over time. You know, when China first began to open the doors, you could not wholly own an enterprise in China, but you can today. So that will shift over time as well. So there are a number of barriers to trade that have nothing to do with tariffs and quotas.
Would you include an embargo in there, such as with Cuba, or is that just not really a barrier?
Well, where I would include that, and I don't even know if I took this slide out, I normally do talk about it, but one of the ways the government will get involved in the global trading environment is for political reasons. And that's where I would talk about an embargo with Cuba, with Iran, at one time with South Africa. That becomes a political tool. Yeah. Okay. So, there we were talking about the role that the government plays in what is imported into the country, but they also have an important role to play in what gets exported. For purposes of national security, you may or may not be able to export a particular item. You may require special licensing. You may be restricted as to what countries you can export to and what countries you cannot export to. This is particularly big in this area. Anybody in here work for Lockheed or Bell? So you are very much affected by these export restrictions. In fact, when we go to China, perhaps when you go to India, I'm not sure, people can't take their computers, right? Because there is dual-use technology on the computers that could be military application as well as commercial application, and they are simply not allowed to take it into the country. So very much restricted in terms of some of the military applications you can't export. The other thing is you may restrict exports to protect the local economy. I was not clear. Does anybody know the example that Rod gave this morning about China putting a quota on mineral?
A little bit. In the last 30 days, they've announced that they're going to keep more of their rare earth minerals in China and not export them. And it's causing a big problem to Japan in particular, but also to the west coast of the United States.
And I thought when he said that it was an export quota he was talking about, right?
Yes.
Not an import quota. So there's an example of, it's an export quota, and they're doing that because, it's not exactly perhaps to protect the domestic economy, but it is because they need those minerals there, right? And why might that be considered an unfair trade practice by Japan or the U.S.? What's it going to do to the Japan and the U.S.?
That's what most of our economies run on is those sorts of things.
So we're dependent on those things as well. What they're going to do is they're going to restrict the world's supply by keeping their stuff in China, perhaps at lower prices. And now when supply gets restricted, prices in the rest of the world go up. And so almost certainly you'll see prices rise for the U.S. and Japan, you know, and they will be protecting their domestic economy. terms of having access to those things for their construction and such. So you've got a role to play in restricting exports, and then, as I said before, now I'm exporting to another country, and I've got to worry about the domestic laws in that country. And things like legal requirements, import restrictions, quotas, duties and tariffs, and then some of the sales and distribution requirements. We'll talk a little bit more about that. So the role the government plays, both from an import and an export standpoint. So now that's all fine and good. That's governments and the World Trade Organization, lots of other things. Now, I'm a company, and I'm in the business of importing widgets, gadgets, something from me. What does it say on that board behind me?
Widgets, sprockets.
Sprockets, okay. So, let's think about the things. Duties and tariffs, we've talked about them all day long. Maybe a pretty big deal in doing business across borders. Somebody told me about Renault's Logan car and what issues they're trying to deal with.
Basically, they're trying to figure out, specifically in South Africa, I think it was, how to ship their product, whether it's the full car or whether they're going to do individual units. And what's the best way to do it? Just kind of look at the implications of all the tax rates and duties.
Okay, so for one thing, they want to do business in South Africa. Right? And there are a couple of issues they're wrestling with there. You're actually jumping ahead a slide, but that's all right, let's hit it. One question they have is, where do I make it, right? For sale into South Africa. Do I bring it in? So we'll go ahead and trying to say something. Somebody else?
I mean, if you make it there or if you ship it in some other form, in what form.
Right.
CD,
Right.
it goes down.
Yeah, and in this particular case, what they're looking at is what they call a completely built up unit, right? Do I completely finish the car and ship it in? Or do I ship it in as a completely knocked down unit? I guess it's what CDU stands for, although that can take various forms, but not finished, but rather shipping in as parts. So what's the difference? Essentially, high level, what's the difference of the two? Yeah. So now, and so they're trying to figure out where do I want to make it, and in what form do I want to ship it, and what's their overarching objective? Reduce the total cost, and they've really got a very clear objective of reducing duties and tariffs. This is a big deal in their business, right? So, one of the questions is, in what form do I send it in? Much higher duties if I send it in as finished product versus parts. What's the other basic question they have to ask when they're thinking about duties? Think about all the countries they're trying to sell into, right? And all the places they're thinking about manufacturing and or assembling.
Which place would be easiest to ship from? What sort of agreements are between the countries?
Exactly. Where do I source for which markets? Right? Ties right back to what Rob drew on the board here this morning. What are some of the specific questions that are specific examples of sources and destinations that are changing and that they're wrestling with? Remember you talked about the European Union? What's the impact on Renault and the Logan car? Remember? They're in Romania, right?
Right.
And suddenly, Romania, this has been a few years, suddenly Romania is going to be part of the European Union. Wow. It changes the complexion of how I think about what I source in Romania and where I sell it. And in every case, Silva, I know you're tired of hearing this, but in every case, behind every piece of global trade is a supply chain to be managed. Right? gotta think about how am I gonna configure, how am I gonna use my production capability to satisfy what markets? So suddenly Romania is part of the European Union, and I wanna say what that meant is suddenly I can sell into Mexico with no tariffs. I'm looking for somebody to correct me if I got the wrong example there. But suddenly I had a different trade agreement with Mexico by virtue of the fact I'm the European Union. It's huge. Where else were they trying to sell and what were they worried about? Call? That North African region? Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, some of those countries. Now what were they worried about?
Morocco was having trade agreements recently formed with the other countries around it. So if they have a plan to Morocco, it would be wasted.
So if I put my plan in Morocco, and Morocco has a trade agreement with Tunisia and Egypt and other countries, suddenly I can sell it into those countries without. And by the way, does it deal with finished product or does it deal with parts? So I've got to figure out where am I going to ship my parts and where am I going to assemble my vehicle to take advantage of those trade agreements. And one of the things we clearly see is, and the answer today may be different than the answer tomorrow, right? So you've got to constantly keep track of this. It gets pretty complex. So if I'm managing my global supply chain, I have to think a lot about how do I optimize this mix of supply and demand. By the way, the other thing that could change is where's demand. Suppose I've been producing in Morocco because I'm trying to satisfy demand in Egypt and Tunisia, and suddenly the economy tanks in Egypt and Tunisia, but I'm suddenly growing somewhere else. Now I've got to be able to ship from Morocco or somewhere else. So that has a lot to do with how do I need to be able to understand what's going on and be able to change the configuration and my ability to ship to other locations. Okay, so duties and tariffs we got to be thinking about. Non-tariff trade barriers I mentioned before, but one of the things that has been often touted as a non-tariff barrier to trade is documentation requirements. When you're in the business of shipping internationally, you really need to understand the requirements of every country. For some countries, the documentation requirements are so stringent that it almost becomes a barrier to trade. It's getting better, but for those of you going to India, that would be one of those countries. You know, you may have to have 15 different documents just to sell a product into that country. And everyone's got to be filled out exactly right. You need to know what you're doing. And then country of origin requirements. And we talked about that with the trade agreements this morning, right? I have to meet country of origin requirements in order to go in under certain duty and tariff regimes. Somebody tell me what a duty drawback is. Nobody's going to tell me what a duty drawback is?
Well, if you're operating in a free trade zone, you can, I believe, if you assemble part of it in part of your goods in a free trade zone and then ship them back out without paying duties.
You're jumping ahead just a minute, Amon, so hold that thought. We're going to come back to the foreign trade zones. Remember.
Yeah, in the case that we had, there were important parts from Belgium. So when they're selling back the whole product to the same country of origin, then they'll get it duty.
Okay, so hold the thought a minute. Remember that countries put duties and tariffs to protect local economies, which means what? It means they want jobs, right? Right?
So maybe then if you export, if you're doing stuff outside of your country and then you're exporting it back in,
well, if you bring something into your country, right? Let's say I bring that widget into my country. I pay duties on the widget when I bring it in. I put it together with gadgets and gadgets and I ship it out as a sprocket. What have I done? I've given people in my country jobs, right? So, as a country, I really want to incentivize that, right? I want to incent that behavior. So what I'll tell companies is, fine, come into my country. Maquiladoras are a good example of this, where you may not have to pay duties at all, but you may come in and pay duties. When you ship it back out, you can document it, and you can say, I exported it, I should get my duties back. The duties I paid when I brought it in, I should get it back. So duty drawbacks is a way that you can reduce your duties by getting them back if you re-export products. Does this make sense what I'm saying? Right? Now, what Amon's referring to, a foreign trade zone, we'll talk about just in a minute, because what I'd really like to do is avoid paying those duties whatsoever. When you trade globally, who in here is familiar with the harmonized tariff system? The harmonized classification system is sometimes called. Tell me what the harmonized classification system is.
It's used for a couple different reasons. One is for tracking of exports from the U.S. So that you can look and see the growth in a certain product area. It's also used in countries that are importing products to determine what kind of tariffs are applied to it and what kind of requirements are needed.
Exactly. And it is a standardized classification system that, for some parts, is used in a standard way across multiple countries. An example, and so when you're exporting or importing a product, you have to have some kind of harmonized tariff code for that product, right? Believe me, a lot of people make a lot of money figuring out what the code should be for your product. Because if you go out and look at it, which I won't ask you to do right now, it's very confusing and very comprehensive. And I'll give you an example here. Let's say I am importing golf shoes. I've got an 8-number code that's pretty standard, right? Or 6 digits are pretty standard in most countries. But that's for golf shoes. Now I have to add to that, well, what if it's for men? Well, what if it's for women? Well, what if it's for other persons? I don't know what that means. What if it's leather? You know, what if it's whatever? So it's a pretty sophisticated, confusing set of codes. Now, it's used for statistical tracking purposes. We like to know what our trade is, but it's also used to determine what tariffs you pay. So the code, there will be a tariff associated with the code, right? So that's when I may think about, what form will I send it in? Because if I can send it in under one code, I may have a 5% tariff. If I can send it in under another code, I may have a 25% tariff. It can make a huge difference. And I want to use that when I talk about foreign trade zones. What is a foreign trade zone? Is your intermodal facility a foreign trade zone?
I'm on the business department. I'm actually
Not sure.
on the side.
Alliance has about 2,000 acres of foreign trade zone. I think the intermodal facility probably has some foreign trade zone. But anyway, a foreign trade zone is a designated area in a country, and it can be in any country, where I can ship product from another country into the foreign trade zone without clearing customs and without paying duties. Think of it like a transfer in an airport. I don't ever have to clear immigration and customs. I just go get on another plane, right? Say that again.
Stopover.
Stopover, sort of. So I can come into this foreign trade zone without having to clear customs and pay duties. Well, I like that. I don't want to have to pay duties. Now, trust me, eventually you're going to have to pay duties if you bring stuff out of that foreign trade zone and sell it into the U.S. Well, what can you do in a foreign trade zone? Well, I can assemble, I can repair, I can inspect, I can do a few things. So why would I want to do that? Well, and you've got these in your slides, you can look back at them, but I just want you to think about this. Let's say that I am going to sell it into the U.S., and I know I'm going to have to pay duties anyway. But what the heck, why don't I just keep my money for a while? Let's just accumulate it in a foreign trade zone and store it there, and when I get ready to sell it, I'll pull it out, I'll clear customs, and I'll pay my duties then. We all like to keep our money longer, right? So that's a pretty straightforward one. So I can defer my duties. Guess what? What if I bring it into the foreign trade zone, I inspect it, it's defective, and I either have to send it back or scrap it? Did I really want to pay duties on something I'm gonna have to scrap? So I can bring it into a foreign trade zone, I can inspect it, I can scrap it, and I never pay the duties. I have to prove to the government I scrapped it, but I never have to pay the duties. If I re-export it, it's back to the idea of if you want to create jobs here, I'm going to re-export it, I never have to pay the duties. And here's the one that relates to the harmonized tariff code, and it relates right back to Renault's love with the car. Suppose I bring it in, right, and if I bring it in as a part, my duties are 25%. I should probably look at what's on here. Let's say I'm bringing in 3 different components at 3 different duty rates. But guess what? I'm assembling these components into products that have a lower duty rate than any of the rest. I can do that in the foreign trade zone. I can import them at that lower duty rate. And I've just saved a lot of money. Let's go back and look at it, because I see people going, what? If I bring in a widget at 10%, a gadget at 9%, a gadget at 8%, and assemble it into a sprocket, I've just had an average of 9% duty on everything in that sprocket, right? If I bring them all into a foreign trade zone, assemble them into a sprocket, and then import it at 5% duty, I've just paid 5% duty on everything. So when I think about how to configure that supply chain and what form I want to import it in, which harmonized tariff code I want to import it in, I'm thinking about what are the duties going to be on the parts versus the final product. And one of the ways that I can use a foreign trade zone is to help me get to that right configuration. Sometimes it doesn't make sense. I knew of one company that brought in fax machines into the country in South America. The bad news was it was the parts that were at the lower duty rate. So they imported fax machines into a foreign trade zone, disassembled it, shipped the parts in, and reassembled it, but they still saved money. I didn't say it always makes sense. And then finally, you can reduce your administrative fees. So this is something you can do right here in the U.S. if you're bringing in parts from another part of the world. Bring it into a foreign trade zone, avoid duties, reduce duties, and or reduce the paperwork you have to do associated with clearing products through customs and entering the U.S. So foreign trade zones can be a huge advantage. And maquiladoras are an example. China has foreign trade zones. In the country you're in, ask about foreign trade zones and how they're used. Now, border security has become more and more of an issue in this business, as you would expect. And the UPS FedEx example is a perfect one on how it can, how events in the supply chain can some added cost and some added time, and I'm sure it will. The Customs and Border Protection agents manage border security both along the border between Canada and Mexico and for all of the airports, which, by the way, Dallas-Fort Worth Airport is one. Since 9/11, there have been a large number of security initiatives put into place, either mandated and not yet in place or already in place, that make a huge difference in terms of both cost and time. It also makes a difference in what your role and responsibility as a business is. So let's talk about a few of those. There are about 9 million containers that come into this country a year, and largely they are uninspected. Now, your role as a company is to make sure that you can attest to the security of that container, that you've got processes in place, working with your suppliers, et cetera, and it's no different than flying into an airport from another country. If you're a known flyer, you've got all your documentation, and there's nothing suspicious about you, you might not have a problem. That's the category you want to be in. If there's something suspicious, you might have stuff sitting in customs for a very long time. Your supply chain is going to be totally disrupted. But there are a number of requirements coming into the ports today associated with screening and scanning. What we've actually done is we've put officials at ports around the world, some of the key ports, to identify suspicious containers before they ever leave. And we've put in place requirements for shippers to file certain documentation while they're conveyance. The whole idea is to pre-screen and identify suspicious trade. You see what happened over the last few days. So it's one of those that is going to continue to be more and more pressure on shippers to make sure that the appropriate screening is done, and that nothing suspicious gets on the vessel and comes into the country. So various container security initiatives, port security bills, filing requirements are in place. And then what the government is now doing is putting the onus on the company to make sure all the procedures are in place. Is anybody familiar with CTPAT certification? If you're in the global shipping business, you need to know about this. Because as a company, you need to be certified that you have processes in place. Again, be that known shipper. Okay. That's importing, and specifically some of the things about importing into the U.S. If you're exporting, documentation, licensing requirements, etc. You also need to think about the requirements in the other country and what kind of agreements you're going to be put in place. Was it something I said? What kind of agreements you're going to be putting in place between you and your partner. Now we're coming right back to the contracts Rob talked about. So I'm exporting to another country. That means I'm selling to somebody in another country, right? So let's talk about what that might mean. Look around when you're wherever you're going. Look at the packaging. I can't just ship anything into France. I've got to do exactly what they say is required on packages sold in France. In some cases, it can only be in their language. It can't be in English. It has to be in French. In some cases, it can be in Hebrew and English, but the Hebrew letters have to be larger than the English letters. In some cases, it is can't be in pounds and ounces, has to be in kilograms. Have to have nutritional requirements, don't have to have nutritional requirements. Have to disclose certain things. Whatever it is, you need to understand. Now, what does that mean to you if you're trying to sell products globally? Different packages for different countries. By definition, now you've got more products to handle. Every package is a different SKU. Got to worry about inventories. I've got to worry about what demand is going to be in that country. So how much of that product do I keep in inventory? Right?
So could you solve the problem also by having multiple countries, fitting the requirements of multiple countries on one package? So Spanish, Chinese, and underground Antarctican? And
as long as that meets the requirements in each of the countries for which language you put on that package, you can absolutely do that. I mean, you all see when you open any electronic anything, how many languages do you have on the instruction manuals?
At least 4.
At least 4, right here 16. That reduces the number of different packages any company has to carry, right? So these become important issues for companies to figure out how am I going to package these things such that I don't have to have a different package for every country. One of the things, not Walmart, Alcon does, they call it white stocking. For some of their products, they'll pack it in a white box, and they will put a label on it when they get the order for a given country. Right? So they carry one item in inventory, and they put a label on it in the language of the country they're selling to when they get the order. So that's another way, just postpone that unique labeling until such time as you know what the demand is going to be. But you have to pay attention to those things, and the requirements will be very, very different. Ron talked about a number of contract issues, and the most important thing he talked about related to getting paid is what happens if you don't get paid. I'm exporting my product to India. I've got a contract with somebody. you're gonna ship them the goods, and they're gonna say, sorry, not gonna pay you. Now what am I gonna do? You got any ideas? Arbitration. There's one idea. So now what I'm worried about is how am I gonna do business so I can get paid? And we're talking about some of the risks here. If it's a partner I don't know, I can't see their credit rating, I don't know how trustworthy they are, and I don't really have a good way of enforcing it. I can't just take them to court and get them thrown into the cleaner. What if the economy just tanks and they can't pay? How am I gonna get paid? One of the very common instruments used in doing business internationally to take care of this issue is called a letter of credit. And it's convoluted looking here, but here's the bottom line of a letter of credit. I'll sell you the goods, but I want assurance from my bank, who has assurance from your bank, that I'm going to get paid for the goods. So essentially, you get a line of credit where the payment takes place through the two banks. That's essentially what you do. So you have to have that letter of credit in place before you're ever going to ship the goods. Now I know I'm going to get paid. I ship the goods. When they receive the goods, then they'll take care of the documentation on their end as well, and I'll get paid through the banking system. I'm assured of payment. Very, very common instrument that's used. I bring this up for two reasons. One is, when you're doing business and putting in place a contract, I would suggest you consider a letter of credit if you don't know much about your trading partner. And go to the banks and the lawyers and whoever you need to go to figure out how to do that. Second reason I bring it up is if you happen to be in the supply chain business, there are things related to a letter of credit that will dictate whether the bank's going to pay you, right? And it revolves around whether you met the letter of the law of that letter of credit. So let's take, for example, a letter of credit that says, must be shipped by July 31st. If you ship it on August 15th, the bank won't pay you. So you better know what's in that letter of credit and whether you're going to get paid or not. Or it might say, no transshipment allowed. That's straight from Hong Kong to LA Long Beach. Can't go Hong Kong to Korea to LA Long Beach. It might say no partial shipment allowed. Happens all the time, by the way. You wanted 30 widgets, I had 28 on hand, you really needed them, I shipped 28, we'll catch up on the other two later. But if it says in your letter of credit, no partial shipment allowed, you're not going to get paid for the 28, not by the bank, not unless you work it out with your partner. So what you have to do in this environment is really link the movement of your products with the agreement in this letter of credit. Otherwise, you won't get paid. You guys alluded to this. So we're exporting, we need to worry about, are we going to get paid? And what are we going to put in place to make sure? What about exchange rate risk? Somebody talk to me about what risk is associated with these big fluctuations in the exchange rate.
You may make a product, a big change, you may ship it at cost a certain amount. By the time it gets to the market, it may be devalued. So what you thought you were going to make, you have already lost money before it's even sold.
You know, I make a widget for $80. I have some overhead costs of, $10. I sell it for $100. I've made $10 on the deal, right? But if I'm selling it in another country and getting paid in another currency, today that currency might be worth $100 and I'm happy. What if the exchange rate changes? And then I sell the product, and instead of $100, I change my money to dollars, I get $90. Oops. Right? Happens all the time.
Can you hedge that one?
Well, you can hedge that fund. Okay, this is just to say we've had volatility in exchange rates, right? Especially in the last several years, we've had some real issues. And of course, the dollar has been steadily weakening, which, have other implications. But here's what I wanted, this is just an example, right, and it's exactly what we just said. It's in your packet, you can read it if you get a full magnifying glass. Well, let's suppose that my revenue in yen, right, over the 3 quarters is as shown here, something like 800, I love these currencies where you have to go to something like 895 million. But when I projected my revenues in US dollars, the exchange rate was 128 yen to the dollar. Everybody see that in that column? So that was nice. I went and told my financial people that my revenues were going to be 6 million, 11 million, and again 11 million in US dollars. That was good. No, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong column. If at 128, my revenues would have been 612 and 12, 12. Right? That's what I told my financial people. That's what I told Wall Street. We're all going to be happy. The problem is the exchange rate shifted. It went from 128 to 136 to 140. And so you can see right away my actual revenues in dollars. I was $1 million off in that third quarter. $1 million off. Wow. Ouch is right. Well, I better be thinking about that when I'm thinking about putting a contract in place for the next year, shouldn't I? Yeah, I think so. So, to VJ's point, what can I do about that? Well, an exchange rate risk can manifest itself in a number of ways. And one can be, am I going to get paid what I thought I was going to get paid? And I can hedge that. I can buy some options or a forward contract so that I know exactly what the exchange rate will be when I get paid. I'm going to have to pay a little for that, but I've got some assurance, right? If I've got an ongoing business, maybe I want to think about something like how, at least if if a lot of my expenses are in the same currency, right? Not only will my revenues go down if that exchange rate shifts, but so will my expenses. So I can offset some of the losses by doing something like that. By the way, this can affect more than just revenues. What about my inventory valuations? What about my valuations of my capital assets? I know Alcon was very concerned several years ago because as the dollar weakened, the value of their inventories around the world in US dollars, when you translated it back to US dollars, went up, right? In other words, if I had inventories sitting in Japan, valued in yen, right, and the dollar weakened, suddenly it was worth more in dollars. I'm saying that right. You're sitting over there doing this, so I'm sitting around saying that, right? All of a sudden, what happened? From a shareholder perspective, people are going, why are your inventories going up? From a management perspective, why are your inventories going up? From a supply chain perspective, my inventories didn't go up. Only the value of my inventories. So I suddenly had a little bit of a problem just because of the translation on my balance sheet. So in that case, maybe you have your assets and your liabilities denominated in a different country and you have some offsetting kinds of impacts of those currencies. And then finally, when you write that contract that Ron kept talking about, we're going to keep coming back to contracts in international business. At least dominate it in a local currency if you can, in your own currency. I want my money in US dollars, or at least I want it worth this many US dollars. Now, what might be the problem with that? Graham might be hard to get along with, right? He might say, no, that doesn't work so well for me. So then maybe you reach some agreement where you share the risk if the currency shifts. Here's the key point. Think about it and figure out a strategy. That's really the key point. Make sense? So if you're going to be exporting and you want to get paid in US dollars, you better think about how do I protect myself in the good exchange rate. How are we doing? Hanging in there? Okay. We talked a little bit earlier about the global transportation system. How many would say you're well versed with global transportation? least one. No? Okay. Well, first of all, you have to think about it this way. It's pretty simple. If you're not going to Canada or Mexico and you're doing business globally, you're either in the air or on a ship. That sort of boils it down, doesn't it? And as you go to this choice between ocean or air, right, then you get into a real difference in cost and time. I mean, a really significant difference in cost and time. So for many, many products, that choice will be pretty clear. If I'm shipping concrete, I'm pretty darn sure I'm going to be on a ship and not in a plane, right? Lots of volume, very low cost. I can't, low cost of carrying inventory. I can't afford to ship this stuff by air. Shipping diamonds, probably not going to be on an ocean carrier. I don't want all that inventory. I want the security of putting it on a plane and getting it there, right? But there's a whole lot of stuff in between. And that's where you have to figure out what is the right thing for my products. And some, think about perishable products. Probably going to go by air. Fish. Flowers. But you got to figure out in the middle, what's that trade-off between inventory and time? And it may be some mix of the two. Maybe if I've got the luxury of long lead times, I'm planning my ski wear lineup for next fall. Well, some of it I may ship by air, but I may figure out that if it's close to the season and I see what's really selling, I may need to import some stuff at the last minute by air. So figuring out that right mix. What has really made a difference in global trade, and I've alluded to this, is this business of intermodal transportation. And what is intermodal transportation? Trains. Well, it's actually using multiple modes, and I alluded to the container, right? I've got a container, a box, just like the back of a tractor trailer. Very standard, readily picked up and moved, loaded onto a ship, loaded onto a train, loaded into a plane. Different kind of container, but still a container. And I can now move my goods from door to door, from the point of origin to where I need it, with some protection about these multiple handoffs. One of the real problems here is, as you're moving from mode to mode, how do I keep track of where my container is? Has it been tampered with? Is it being delayed, et cetera? So one of the keys to all of this is how do I manage this door-to-door process with some good visibility? I don't know. I just thought you'd want to see a picture of it. Yes.
Have you seen any impact on the use of RFID technology in helping supply chain and helping the global transportation? Is it been a positive impact, or has it been slowing down the process at all?
I think there are many ways in which RFID has been applied that has been useful. But I think the promise that it will help you see everything from the end of the world to the rest of it, I think that's been way overblown.
Yeah, I think you just talked about contamination of the product, actually seeing what has happened to it.
Now you can have RFID, you could tags on the trailer that will detect if it's been tampered with. What I've seen is people can pretty much figure out a way to get around anything. So, now instead of opening the door, they take the entire door off or whatever it is. So, I think, yes, it's been useful in many, many applications, but it has not solved the problem of global supply chain visibility. And everybody knows what she means when she says RFID. Think about a barcode that's more sophisticated and more interactive. It can be read from a distance. Toll tags, think of that. Well, the issue is you've got to have the infrastructure built around it. In other words, it's not just reading the data, but it's collecting it, making sense of it, aggregating it, reporting it. And so you've got to have that throughout the supply chain if you're going to really get that visibility. And I think we're not there yet, but certainly in certain places it's made a huge difference. My favorite example, I do digress. My favorite example about the use of RFID was the bar in Germany where it read when your beer glass was empty and said alert. And then container shipping. I had to put a couple of pictures in here because if you haven't visited a port or looked at one of these things, okay, this is my scientific term. Wow, they're huge, and they're getting huger. The typical container ship 20 years ago was 5,000 TEUs. That would be a 20-foot equivalent unit trailer, about half the size of what you see on a tractor trailer on the road, a little less. If you want to go through the Panama Canal today, maybe a 5,500 TEU container can go. They're changing that because they're broadening it, and they'll open in 2013 for bigger. But what was that one that Walmart commissioned, Mark? 12,000, 13,000, 14,000 TEUs? Huge, huge vessel. Okay, it's a big ship, so what? Well, now what you have to start thinking about is those global trading patterns. Where does a huge vessel like that dock? Only a couple of ports. LA Long Beach can't get through the Panama Canal. Hong Kong, new Deepwater Port outside Shanghai. I mean, you know, you've got to go to those hubs then. Now you're into a hub and spoke system, right? As they get bigger, either other ports have to get bigger too, which means what? Deeper water, bigger berths, bigger capacity to offload. And BNSF can attest to this. What happens when several of those pull into LA Long Beach and offload at the same time? Wow, lots of stuff dumping onto the road system. So now you're either delayed, right? Or you're on a smaller vessel, which means more cost and more time. Did you have a hand up back here?
No.
Well, when they do expand the Panama Canal, which I think is supposed to be within the next 2013, what port's going to be affected the most?
Well, yeah, and from this end, potentially people will circumnavigate LA Long Beach, right? They'll go elsewhere.
Go to the Gulf.
You go to the Gulf, Port of Houston, right? Because now they can come through the Panama Canal and offload in Houston. And numerous ports up and down the east coast of the U.S. are in the process now of dredging and trying to expand their capacity, as is Mexico trying to do. And some of their
So, understanding that, if I'm BNSF, where's my opportunity? Increasing track size, or making my engine more efficient, or?
We're developing our tracks down in like Galveston and Houston.
Okay.
You know, expansion that way to be able to handle that, so there won't be bottlenecks from the increased traffic.
Okay.
They've been doing a huge amount of work over the last number of years, adding tracking and facilitating movement from the West Coast. And I'll show you a chart here in a minute that I actually lifted from somebody at BNSF. But it's looking at how they fit the whole system, you know. And if people really start coming in ports in Mexico, which is looking less likely now, you know, then you got to be in a position to take advantage of that. So, you know, it's looking at the whole system and figuring out what things are going to migrate to and how to take advantage. A lot of development has been done in the Northwest as well, Vancouver, Seattle, and such. Trying to, you know, when LA Long Beach was so congested, trying to get people to move through the north. It's the whole system and how you use that system. And by the way, it impacts us here in Dallas-Fort Worth, and I'll show you that in just a minute.
Another question on that. What if I'm trying to do business also with a smaller country like Cuba or Haiti or Dominican Republic? Something offload portion here, portion there.
Yeah, what you get into, and if you think about airports, you've got it for the port system. What you get into then is this idea of feeder vessels, hub and spoke. So you'll offload, when I say transload, that's what I mean, you'll offload in LA Long Beach or Houston or wherever, transload to a smaller vessel, which will then go out to, you know, other smaller ports that can accommodate those large vessels. But every handoff is more money. So you've either got to ship it inland by rail or truck, or on another vessel to another port where you still got to get off the vessel and either on the rail or truck to get it to the final destination. And every one of those is a handoff and done. So you're always looking for what's that right mix that's gonna get me cost and time. It's always what you're looking for. I thought it was interesting to look at this. By the way, the US has not the most inefficient courts in the world, but pretty inefficient. We've got union kind of issues and such that mean our courts don't tend to adopt technology as rapidly, and we're pretty landlocked. But if you look at, I don't know if you can read this, but this is the world's port traffic in 2007. It's the latest stats I had. Singapore, Shanghai, Hong Kong, Shenzhen. I don't even know, is it Macau? Busan, that would be Korea, Rotterdam, Netherlands, Dubai, Kaohsiung, Korea, Hamburg, Qingdao, Ningbo, Guangzhou, LA. I finally got to one. LA. It's just sort of interesting to look at where we stack up in that whole world trade thing. This is the chart I mentioned that I borrowed from a speaker from BNSF. And this just shows you that intermodal network flow from the West Coast. And by the way, the East Coast would be serviced by 2 other rail companies, right? We're very divided into territories, if you will, in the U.S. in terms of rail traffic. But these are the major BNSF routes. What you'll notice is we really consider ourselves here in Dallas-Fort Worth to be directly in the path of goods coming from China and going to the rest of the U.S. And BNSF plays a huge role in that. So a lot of those goods come directly through Dallas-Fort Worth on to Chicago and then on to trucks and beyond. And we sell ourselves as a region based on our ability to be a part of that global supply chain flow from Asia to the other parts of the U.S., with BNSF being a key part of that. And I mentioned Seattle, Tacoma coming into Chicago as well. Now you can offload onto a truck, right, of course. And you may do that if you're selling into markets nearby. But the rail and the intermodal network is a huge part of that flow into the U.S. So we've already alluded to the capacity issues. This was a huge issue during that big run-up of global trade. With the economy tanking, it has certainly eased. No question about it. But anybody in this business will tell you we're going to have capacity issues again. For one thing, a lot of equipment has gone out of the market, especially when it comes to local trucking. But, you know, port access hasn't changed much. It will with the expansion of the Panama Canal. But then people have to think about, how do I restructure my routes? Which may mean things like, where are my DCs? Where do I store my product? How do I service my customers? The security we've talked about. We didn't talk a lot about this imbalance, but when you have a huge imbalance of trade like we have coming in from Asia, you get a little out of whack. If I'm in the business of shipping, what is it I hate the most? Empty miles. Empty miles. I do not want to be running my equipment and making no money on it. So what happens is you've got this huge imbalance, and you've got all these containers of stuff coming in. What do you think it does to prices? Prices are huge coming in. I get pretty darn good rates going back, right? But not only that, I've got to reposition a lot of empty equipment, which means if I'm BNSF, I'm presumably going to charge more money in general to cover the cost of my repositioning the equipment, right? So it creates a lot of inefficiencies in the system, which adds cost to the process. And then what you also have to think about, and I do absolutely encourage you to look at this. I'm shipping into India. You think we got problems here with infrastructure? I think you will see in Mumbai, it certainly was this way the last time I was there, you can't even have a truck on the road except between midnight and 8 o'clock. It's too congested. Well, it's too congested, but in addition to that, the law says you can't, so all the deliveries have to be made at night.
Same in Beijing?
Say again?
Same in Beijing,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Ring Road 6?
yeah. You know, I may have to have very different kinds of equipment because the roads are so congested, or because they're so narrow, or because of whatever they might be, which will add other inefficiencies into the system and add costs to the distribution system. And I need to be thinking about how to manage that. Or else who's gonna manage that for me, because I certainly don't know anything about that infrastructure. So pay attention when you're in country to the infrastructure and what you think that means to the businesses and their ability to get product and manage their supply chain efficiently. Okay. I know people have been sort of taking breaks. You want me to just plow on so we can get you guys out of here? I'll assume if you really need a break, you'll take it. Incoterms. Again, I'm going to come back to Rod's discussion of contracts. Now, I've had to worry about where are legal disputes going to be settled. I've had to worry about how am I going to denominate it, so I make sure I get paid what I'm expected to get paid, or I don't get hurt too badly if exchange rate shifts. I've had to worry about things like letters of credit because I want to make sure I get my money. And now I have to worry about something called the Incoterms. Incoterms, remember Rob talked about the International Chamber of Commerce. Incoterms are designated by the International Chamber of Commerce, so they're pretty broadly used. And it relates to this agreement between a buyer and seller that says, when does the transfer of ownership take place? When does the transfer of risk take place? And they usually are the same, but not always. And oh, by the way, who is responsible for what along the way? For example, I buy widgets from a manufacturing firm in India and import them into the US. That's nice. Do I have to go pick them up at the factory? Are they going to ship them to me? Who's going to arrange for the ocean shipper? Who's going to pay the duties? Who's going to pay the insurance? And if the boat sinks on the way over, who loses? And I'd like to know those things, wouldn't I? In fact, I'd like to know those things before I agree on a price, wouldn't I? If I'm going to pay the duties on the transportation, that's got to be built into my pricing. Right? Or I'm going to lose on the deal. So I need to agree with my partner company what those Incoterms are and who's going to be responsible for what. So there's a set of Incoterms that range from X works. Here's the way this chart works. X works, which means the buyer just makes it available at their factory. And the seller, see that red arrow at the top? The seller, sorry, I'm very sorry. The buyer picks it up at the factory, so the seller just makes it available. So the buyer is responsible for everything else. I have to arrange the freight, arrange the insurance, falls off the ship, it's mine. I know exactly what the deal is. But now I have to think about all the way to my dock. So there are other terms, typically called F terms, that would say, you just get it to the ship and either make sure it gets loaded or, depending on which terms you choose, at the dock in Mumbai. I'll take care of the ocean freight. I'll clear customs when it gets here. I'll do all of that. And those would be called F terms. Free alongside ship, free on board. See those there. And so the seller just gets it to the dock. The buyer picks it up from there. Another set of the terms called CFR, CIF. Carriage, insurance, and freight. And what that means is you get it to my dock. You get it to LA Long Beach. You take care of arranging the ocean vessel. You take care of the insurance. By the way, if it falls off the ship, it's your problem. But I'll pick it up there. I'll clear customs. I'll pay duties. I'll take care of this. And then there's another set of terms if you want to go further. Here's the key point. Understand what they are. Make sure they're in the contract and make sure you know what they are before you agree on any pricing. And understand why you would choose one versus another. if you don't know a darn thing about logistics in India, don't agree to ex works terms. Wow, now you've got to arrange to pick it up right in the factory and get it to the dock and all that stuff. But by the way, if I'm DuPont and I've got great contracts with ocean carriers, I'm going to be responsible for that. Why do I want? Because I'll have to pay no matter what, right? You'll just build it into your price. So if I've got better capability, I may want to do those pieces. Or if I've got lower costs, I may want to do those pieces. So understand strategically what you think you need to manage and what, and agree on those terms. Okay. And just so you know, those terms have just been revised. The terms I just showed you were 2000 terms. There's a new set coming out called 2010 terms, and they will be in place January 2011. A few minor tweaks. The principles are absolutely 100% the same. So, that was the whirlwind tour of global trade and supply chain. And so I just want to leave you with a few key thoughts as you get ready to embark on your journey to Chile, Dominican Republic, or India. When you think about and look at managing the supply chain, managing that global trade, always think from a total cost standpoint, and don't just focus on labor costs, price, right? Think about duties and tariffs. Think about the lead times and the uncertainty that gets introduced, and think about the overhead costs. And by the way, when I say overhead costs, that means I got to fly people there. I've got a quality problem. It takes me 2 weeks to fix. I've got to carry more inventory, whatever it might be. And if I'm doing the manufacturing at my facility in that country, I wanted to point out on the floor right there. This is Asahi also. Remember the Japanese company you talked about with the law case? Only in this case, it's their toy manufacturing facility in Shenzhen. And we're not looking at the facility, we're looking at the dormitories, where they house all their employees, all their employees' spouses, all their children. They run the company school. When you talk about difference in labor rates, you don't always get the full picture. In some parts of the world, you will also have to have a lot of overhead costs associated with housing for workers and those kinds of amenities. And if you don't hear another thing I said, please hear that there is a lot more risk when you're working in a global environment along a number of dimensions, and you need to understand, assess them, and pay attention to them. Cultural risk. Do I understand what I need to know to manage in this culture? Do I understand the consumer such that I have the right products and I can predict what demand will be? And if I fail in any of those fronts, I'll have big problems. Market risk. Again, do I understand the market? What's the economic situation, etc.? Political risk. Fine, I'm going to do business there, and then suddenly we've got a big issue between us and them. And now we've got trade barriers going up. Now we've got restrictions on trade going into place. Maybe somebody there gets overthrown, and suddenly their economy is in a turmoil. There's a lot more political risk when you're dealing with certain parts of the world. Financial risk. What happens if the exchange rate shifts? Can I get my money out? My biggest surprise of my lifetime. I got paid in Indian rupees. I didn't know I couldn't get them exchanged to dollars and get them out of the country. Some, not all. Right? I didn't understand the financial risk. Economic risk. We talked about those, exchange rate risk. And then just that risk of geography. Whether that means, every geographic region has its own disasters, natural disasters. But also that simple distance. And what does it mean to me? What are the risks there? So really think about what the risks are in whatever country you're visiting and what it means to you in business. Lots of opportunities. We want the access to those growing markets. We want the lower cost sourcing. In some cases, which we haven't talked a lot about the marketing sides of these things, but it might be a product life cycle extension. You know, it may be that if there's a new widget, and this is getting to be a shorter window, by the way, in general. But it may well be that a product that's no longer competitive here can be a very viable product in an emerging economy. Pure and simple economies of scale and scope. If I am able to sell a product into 15 countries or leverage my assets across 15 countries, I get economies of scale and scope that I can't otherwise get. And by the way, in some cases, you know, we talked about Silicon Valley. Think about those clusters where you may actually have access to technologies and such that you don't have access to here. But always challenges: distance, diversity, complexity, risk. Trying to figure out how to really manage across all those borders and barriers and give visibility to what you're doing. And the very reason you're here, I've watched this over and over again. The very best leader in the U.S. may fail miserably when they go to another country, because they may or may not have that global mindset and that ability to adjust to a different way of thinking and a different culture. So that's really what you're about trying to enhance, I think, with this trip. That global mindset, that understanding of what it takes to do business globally. And then as you go into business, how do you really build an organization that can manage globally? It's a challenge, but the ones that do it well get great rewards. Whirlwind, and I know it's been a little bit of a long afternoon. Any questions, any comments, any things about your upcoming trip or any of the topics from today? I mean, the game doesn't start till 10 o'clock tonight, right? All right, I hope you guys all have an absolutely wonderful trip. And what we will do is make sure all these slides get posted somewhere where each.
Yeah, for the India class, they'll be posted on our eCollege website. So I'll have them up there. Both Dr. Bruce and Dr. Mixes will be up there this afternoon.
All right. You guys have a great trip.